Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born. So ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that though. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Good evening, diplomacy fans from all around the world, or good morning or good afternoon, wherever you happen to be. Tonight, we have quite a fun broadcast tonight. We are covering the 7 Years' War, packing up our passports, heading to the continent for a grand tour of the 7 Years' War League, Europe's top-tier virtual diplomacy battleground. But this isn't just about borders on a map. This is about crossing linguistic lines as well. We're driving to games played in German, Greek, Norwegian, and English, because nothing says trust me like backstabbing in 4 different languages. It's diplomacy the way we like it here on League Night, global, tactical, and just confusing enough to keep things fresh. Let's get into it. And joining me tonight, I am your host, Brian Pravel, and I am joined by David Hood, Andrew Pixie Zick, and Michalis Kamaridis. Welcome all.
Glad to be here.
Hello.
I am really looking forward to covering our Feature League games. And of course, we will also be covering all of the games from the Virtual Diplomacy League. So this is a really fun night, 8 games in total. David, I know you did a little bit of background research into the 7 Years' War League. What can you tell us about it?
It is a Europe-based league, but not all the players are European. There's actually a fair number of North Americans and Asia-Pacific players who have dabbled in the 7 Years' War. It does have game days essentially every month, and the idea is that each of the national hobbies within the European hobby is sort of the host for that particular month. So, for example, if it's the Germans' time to host, they'll have at least one game that's played in German. They'll also have at least one game that's played in English for basically all comers. And then the same would be true if it's being hosted by the Norwegians or whoever the next time. So it's a really cool concept, and it's a great name for those who understand what the 7 Years' War was. These games ended in 1907, so it's a great double entendre, and it's just a great competition. I'm so glad that it's being run yet again in Europe.
Absolutely. We're also going to cover the Virtual Diplomacy League. Michalis, you know a thing or two about that. Why don't you introduce that for anybody that may not be familiar?
Yeah, so the Virtual Diplomacy League is run every year from March to December, with a top board being played in January of the top 7 in the league. It's a truly global league. We run 3 rounds, one for each time zone, basically. So you've got one for the Australians, one for the Americans, one for the Europeans. So no matter where you are in the world, there should be at least one of those games that's at a decent time for you, and maybe 2 of them if you feel like staying up late or getting up early. Some people have been known to play in all 3. I wouldn't recommend it personally, but what people do is up to them. It's really, really good way to sort of dip your toe into the virtual world and play with a lot of players who also play face-to-face, also play 7 Years' War, and sort of mingle, learn the game, and get some good results in.
Andrew, I'm grateful to have you on the stream. It's been a little while since we've been able to hang out, so good to see you again as always. I wanted to give you a chance as we transition over to kind of setting up some upcoming events. I know there's a lot going on the Nexus server right now, kind of a renaissance. We touched on that a little bit during our last broadcast, but I know that's a community that you're involved with. Can you kind of give a quick overview about what's going on over there?
Sure thing. So, let's start with the things that are always going on, which is the Gumboat League and the Press League continue to rumble along. I believe Gumboat actually just wrapped up their 7th season. They take about 6 months for those. And the finals also just wrapped up, which lets me say congrats to King Red. I'm not quite sure the pronunciation, but I am sure that he's excellent at tactics. He came out on top of the finals that just, I think, finished. They had a game go to the 1940s. So it took a little bit of time to get that confirmed, but they did manage to get through that. He's actually now running a team event on the Nexus server, which I'm pretty excited about. Not quite sure if I've found the right teammate yet, but if I do, I would consider participating, and you should too, because you can play the style that you want. The team idea is that there will be some press games, there will be some gumbo, and there will even be some France versus Austria, which Nexus is known for running years. So you can bring whichever skills you'd like to your team.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to go ahead and bring up some of these upcoming events onto screen so we can go ahead and talk through them. I just wanted to definitely give you a chance to talk through that because I think it's really cool to see that community come back together. That was really one of the first large Discord communities for diplomacy, and I think a lot of people found the game through that. So really happy to see that. Quick look at some upcoming events. I want to thank Michalis Kamaridis. I came in to update this page because I failed to do that last month, and when I came in, about 80 to 90% of it had already been done. So, Michalis, thank you for your help on that. And as far as I know, we've got most of the major events on here. I'll ask everybody if, first of all, you see anything that's wrong, let us know. You can put it into the comments. You can message us at info@diplobn.com. You can find us on the Virtual Diplomacy League Discord server. You can message us there. Or if you've got an upcoming event that you'd like to see on here, something that we missed, go ahead and let us know. But this is a really great resource. So some of these, we just talked about the Nexus Press League. Those games begin every 2 weeks. We've got the Tour of Britain Virtual League coming up, 7 Years War, which we'll be covering this time. Snake Pit's been super active already. So they have their virtual games coming up. As we move into May, we continue with the Press League. We've got the Netherlands Diplomacy Championship, May 10th to 11th. Nexus Diplomacy Extended Deadline Multi-Format United Cup. I think that's what we were just talking about.
Yep.
The Virtual Diplomacy League next month will be May 17th. Save the date. And then, David, I'm going to let you talk about this one, a little near and dear to your heart.
Yes. DixieCon will be run again. That's the Memorial Day weekend in the United States. We run it in North Carolina in Chapel Hill. It's a 3-round diplomacy tournament. This will be the 39th annual DixieCon. Really looking forward to seeing everyone that come. There's a bunch of people that's come to that tournament every year, but if you're not one of them and you want to join us. It'll be great. DixieCon.com is the website.
Yeah, and DixieCon's got a great community that's grown up over that event. You don't last 39 years without a great community to help support that. And one of the things that's been interesting to me about DixieCon is a lot of people will go like it's an annual tradition. So there's friends that have been lifelong friends that have been made and meet at that event. But there's also a bunch of non-diplomacy taking place at that event as well. So it's fantastic. And David, to my knowledge, I am certainly not aware of any diplomacy event that has gone 39 years. So that is quite the achievement.
It's a long time. I agree.
Quick skim through. I don't need to cover all of these, but Sydney Cup coming up in Australia. We've got Regions Con just announced. I believe that one is in Germany. Robert Schupa will be helping to organize that. Then we've got the French Diplomacy Championship in July, Regatta coming up here in Colorado in July. And then Boston Massacre in August, Cane Toad Classic in Australia again. And then I want to call out selfishly, come down here to October. We've got the North American DipCon at Weaselmoot, October 3rd through 5th. So I will be one of the organizers for that event. And for all of those that are able to make it, encourage you to attend. The European Diplomacy Championship will be November 7th through 9th. So also mark that one on your calendar. And of course, the next World DipCon will be May 22nd through 24th, 2026. There is a typo that I do need to correct. Thank you all for that. And again, if you have anything that you notice that is inaccurate or missing, definitely reach out, post in the comments, message us. We'll get that updated.
Just real quickly, for those that maybe wanted to look at that list in more detail, that's the schedule page on DBN's website, diplobn.com.
Yep, diplobn.com/schedule. So awesome.
Yeah, I can give an update on European Diplomacy Championship that's being hosted in the Netherlands this year. And I know that even though it's 7 months away, they're already up to 4 boards registered. So keep them coming, guys.
That's fantastic. Last year, we saw explosive growth in Australia. And I would say from what I've seen this year, Europe is having a similar kind of resurgence. Really, really happy to see that. And that's part of the reason I wanted to feature the 7 Years War tonight. So thank you all for that. And I do want to pause and just thank all of you for watching, first of all. And I really appreciate everybody participating. We've had really good engagement here on the channel of late, and I think that's just a testament to the fact that more diplomacy is being played. I think that the community that we are building and developing is a big part of that, and I really appreciate being part of such a great community. It's like I've met my absolute best friends in life through this hobby. And for those of you hanging out in Dip Chat, great to see you. Always one of my favorite parts of every broadcast. If you see me cracking up through this broadcast, it is most likely because I'm reading something that's I find entertaining in chat. So with that, anything else that we want to cover before we get into our games?
Let's go.
All right. Well, first up, let's take a quick look at our standings. So we had our first game of the Virtual Diplomacy League last month for March. The Virtual Diplomacy League season is March through December, with the championship played in January. And Jason Gray coming out on top, 100% top share, topped every board he's played, score of 240 points. It's early, but that's if you're going to try and make it to a top board in March in the first game of the season, that's not a bad way to start out. Jamal Blakarli, Darcy Morris, Karsten, Brett Botenhauer, Zoe Cameron, Ben Kelman, Robert Hillier are your top 7. And then, always fun at the beginning of the season, 8-way tie for 8th, or not 8-way, maybe 8, but a 3-way tie for 8th place. So with that, we're going to get some more games in. First up, we'll take a look at VDL 218 Rome. Let's see. Andrew, you are going to go ahead and be primary on this one. McCallus, you be secondary. David, we're going to give you a break. And Andrew, why don't you introduce our players?
Let's see. So the names that I remember, Steve Hogue was not afraid to get down at karaoke, so big fan there. I didn't have the pleasure of sharing a board with Peter McNamara, but I talked to a lot of his victims while in San Francisco. Micah was nice, but didn't really get to say much more than that. Darcy, I did have the pleasure of sharing a board with, and the pleasure of stabbing, which I'm sure he doesn't remember at all. And beyond that, I want to say I was also the GM for Michael when on one of the last chance boards with DB and I. The one that went late, Zoe was involved, Jamal was involved. That was an absolute treat just to get to observe. So I'm sort of just like glad to see him again and wonder what he's up to.
McCallus, any storylines you're going to be watching for this board?
Well, Michael Saxton is, I believe, the current holder of the Snake Bit, which is the Australian time zone virtual league. So interesting to see how he gets on with a lot of other Australian-based players. And we've seen Tion Yu on top boards, we've seen Jason on top boards, we've seen Darcy, I think, on one of the top boards recently as well. Stephen Hogue, of course, won Whipping last year. So a lot of winners on this board.
Yeah, and just a quick comment from Steve Hogue. He said that Peter McNamara subbed into this game. So looks like Peter will be the one getting credit for the game, but will not necessarily for the result or for the start of it, at least. So with that, Andrew, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1901?
So I think the biggest thing is I'm seeing a fist bump unresponded to in the South. The move to Armenia was popularized in part by Sabi as sort of just like a different way to build trust. Not going there seems not super trustworthy, but I'll be curious to see if it gets force suspended in the fall. And if it does, then I'm extremely interested in what would be like a very quick, tight, firm Juggernaut alliance. In the West, moving to Trieste with a bit of venom is, interesting, but we'll see how that shakes out. The rest seems fairly non-committal.
Yeah, I'd say, but my IT sensors that I'm always looking for, they're on a bit of haywire here, with both Italy and Turkey making aggressive moves against the other neighbor. Wouldn't be too surprised to see something happen to Greece here.
The other thing I'll say is those of us that are maybe a little older in this game, the move set that you see here in the East, sometimes that's intended to blow up that Sev fleet early. So that could be something else to watch for. Back in the day, that was a sign of a potential juggernaut. So people would have bells going off. Certainly not the case in today's meta, but keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I mean, heading back, so that didn't seem that trustworthy. I love the support into Romania. It's clean. Moving to Budapest, moving to Tyrolia. I think McCallus is right. This looks like a wonderful setup for an IT. In the West, not moving into Spain is interesting, given the opening, right? We love flexibility here, but I think it maybe tells a little bit that the West wasn't quite sure what the East was up to with the opening. So a bit of a disconnect as far as board and momentum. Denmark not bouncing is probably not Peter's fault, so I won't hold him against him. And certainly if you think it's an IT, Darcy deserves a build here.
Yeah, that West Germany getting 3 builds in 1901 is quite unusual. What it could be is it's a West, as you say, they may not be quite sure what's happening in the East, but they may be wary that they feel they need to go into a Western triple very quickly. Germany and Belgium is a very easy way to start a Western triple off. So if they're considering that already, then that might be one reason to give Germany the 3 builds in 1901.
And Andrew Goff, during the WDC broadcast, mentioned how in the Australian meta, there has been a trend to kind of reject the East-West traditional view of this game in favor of more of a North-South alignment, which has resulted in the Western triple being a little more common than it is in the traditional meta that I grew up in and we've seen in VDL. But we've had a lot more influence from Australia into this meta, so that could be something we're seeing here.
So Turkey here has built Fleet Con Army Anchor. It's where my eyes were drawn. In if you're doing an IT, the second fleet is really hard to justify anyway. But if you're already in Black Sea, it's really, really hard to justify. Maybe Jason can get away with this, or maybe this is going to turn into some sort of 80. Both of them are pretty viable from here. Other than that, the other real standout build we're seeing is 3 armies go down from Germany, which is a choice you are allowed to make. It is probably not a choice that's seen very often. It's very inflexible. If England comes for you, you can essentially do nothing about it now. But if you're going for a Western triple, these are pretty viable ways to start it. Does not look like a Western triple, though. It looks like Germany is anti-France. And what this is Germany is going full aboard the EG in a slightly unusual way with the three armies. Usually you'd have a fleet stop to Baltic, but that doesn't happen here. So there's no attempt to really take Sweden yet. Could still happen in fall. Beyond that, it's sort of just positioning. England gets into the channel, which is not insignificant, and gets out of North Sea to do it, which is, again, maybe not the ideal way you want to do this. You've now got a fleet sort of stuck at home. This is a pretty decent position at the moment for Stephen to defend in France. The East, meanwhile, looks like a glorious cacophony of chaos. So Austria takes Budapest back, having correctly guessed that they needed to cut Tyrolia. Nice work by Tianyu there. Russia gets into Romania because Austria has cut Bulgaria. So whether there's an IT or not an IT, AR have got together and gone, this looks like an IT, and if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, probably is a duck. So let's work together to counter it, and they've had a really, really solid turn to doing so. So fall of 02, we're looking to a lot more traditional a sort of east now. So Italy has given up on the attack on Austria and goes to Eastern Med, and it looks like everything is not coming up Jason Gray as a result. It could be going back to the sort of AIR that we are rather used to. The West, meanwhile, we see some very interesting dipsy doodles where North Atlantic is taken by France, who also gets their fleet out to Mid-Atlantic, but loses Picardy in a big long shuffle of units. Again, I don't think this is too bad for Stephen. I think he'll be pretty satisfied with how this year has gone. England has got to cover Liverpool, although with Sweden being taken, they do have a build to do so. It also looks like Stephen might have an Italian friend with that tap on Munich, so that could make all the difference here.
Yeah, it looks like Steve Hogue might agreed to cut Munich, so good call out there.
Yeah, I think it's a reasonable cut to make. I think the North wasn't going to make a bunch of progress for EG, but rebalancing it just a bit, I think is the right long-term decision. Because I don't think it's going to shake out any other different way. Especially with Darcy rebuilding with an army, I think it's probably just going to be EG versus F for a while, and that gives you time to do whatever the heck you figure out you want to do as Italy.
It also gives you cover for still being in Tyrolia despite backing out of the attack on Austria. It's like, hey, I'm doing something useful. I am here for a reason. I'm helping France. I'm slowing the West down. So rather than having to pull all your units back, you only have to send the fleets east and still have the armies where you might want them, especially if Russia is perhaps going to come into the Balkans with that new army.
But they all don't. They had to Ukraine and just shore up, which I think is a pretty solid move from Darcy here. It's like you're in a position where really you're mostly not threatened. Germany doesn't have a second fleet. Italy's got this raider French fleet England's got a French fleet just roaming around that they're going to have to cover. It's like a series of awkwardness. So really, I think the question is, how long are you content being content? So far, I'm kind of content. Italy trusting enough to leave Ionian, it definitely makes it seem like they've just converted to an heir, especially with the Bohemia move as well. Congrats to Tianyu and Micah for settling what could be like pretty acrimonious early differences, especially when Italy, moves the army to Venice. That can lead to a lot of long-term problems. But they seem to have sorted it out.
Yeah, it's interesting. 2 of the members of the heir have moved up to the line, and the third one has decidedly not. So it looks like Darcy at the moment is playing both sides, and you can only do that for so long before both sides start questioning why they're with you in the first place.
Yeah, but I do wonder if the Norway move sort of prompts like you weren't supposed to go there. You could always just cover if Norwegian ended up in Norwegian.
Well, the Norwegian certainly makes it fun.
Yeah, Livonia. Interesting. I guess it's just to take the pressure off. I mean, coupled with Budapest, it's sort of a clear, actually, we're going to just get rid of Austria anyway. But I wonder if it's also part of a bargain with Turkey just to open up space and maybe switch to a juggernaut at some point. Regardless, I think it's good for Micah to redouble down on this attack. I think that like collapsing Austria here, you're in a great position to benefit from it. I don't know if you agree, McCall. I'd love to hear your opinion, but I think it's actually like it's worth shaking that up and then seeing what comes out of it. But I've been on a real kick for that lately. In the, I guess, sorry, the north now, if the Australians want to call it that. Not covering Marseille is tough. I don't necessarily disagree as a person that loves guessing, but the consequence of losing this guess is going to be much higher than I think a lot of other problems. And I think it's more, can you actually get England maybe to flip here, or have you just sort of lost what was your biggest advantage, which was being unkillable?
Yeah, I was going to say this year had gone pretty much entirely how Stephen wanted it to go, but the loss of Marseille is pretty brutal. I don't know. There's a moveset there which defends Brest, defends Gascony, and defends Marseille, which is just Gascony to Marseille, Brest to Gascony, and then one of Mid-Atlantic or Paris supports the other to Brest. And the only way that fails is if England goes for like Mid-Atlantic or something, and Germany does nothing with their units, which is unlikely, but it's never completely out of the question. Yeah, the loss of Marseille is pretty painful, especially if you were expecting Italy to be doing something against Germany, which obviously hasn't happened. Darcy has left St. Petersburg open for a build. Like, this could wintergreen quite successfully from here. The problem with the wintergreen is that Turkey is now going to be really slow to kill now that you've gone after Austria. And if France collapses quickly, you're going to be well behind on the sort of momentum front.
Yeah, who's going to get the upper hand between Italy and Turkey is the big question mark on this board for me right now.
I think I'm putting a lot of chips into just liking Italy's position and an IT from here. Maybe it was just because it got seeded in my head at the beginning, but Russia's, I think, kind of begging for a juggernaut, I would say. I think, like as you said, killing off Turkey would take too much time. Italy would get most of the gains from that because of where Turkey's fleets are. So, I think Army Warsaw sort of pushes in that direction as well. Like, I got the things to deal with this Germany. Turkey will be slower than me and also stuck fighting Italy.
Yeah, and Russia's other problem is that now that England has had to come back to Norwegian and Norway to sort of cover it from that French raider unit. Those English fleets are a long way from taking French dots, but they're right next to St. Petersburg, and that's a much bigger problem for Darcy than it is for Stephen. As I say, if Stephen had just got the guess right on Marseille, that year would have been pretty much perfect. The attack on him would have been dead, but as it didn't, he's still potentially up for grabs, but it's not easy to follow up still for EG. Or at least for the E part of the EG. All right, so what we see here are IT moves. So we see Austria being used as a janissary, supported up into Budapest by Italy, with Turkey helping them into Serbia, whilst Italy takes Greece. Cool, fine, nothing wrong with that. Meanwhile, Germany, it seems, is going to send everything at Italy, which is slightly curious. The fact that Germany built another fleet was interesting in the first place. They do look like they might be interested in doing something sort of anti-English, but sort of not. This could just be a sort of delayed Western triple, but there's a lot of moves here between EGF that don't make an awful lot of sense. So Picardy gets into English Channel, whereas Germany supports Brest into Picardy, if I'm reading that right. With Belgium, yeah. There's an agreement for Germany to walk the other army down to Marseille. France doesn't cover Spain, which suggests some sort of deal. But then France is in Liverpool, which doesn't suggest a deal. So there's an awful lot going on there. And it's not very clear exactly where the chips are going to shake out, except that it looks better for Germany than it does for any of the other Westerners at this stage. Meanwhile, yeah, this is great news for Jason Gray. It's not such good news for Micah with the Germany coming in on them. This is about as good a position as Jason could have hoped for a year ago when he had Nair facing him. This has turned around so quickly for him.
Yeah, I did wonder. I meant to say, I didn't think the Marseille was alone. If Ruhr had stayed in Ruhr instead of going to Burgundy and done like a triple support into Munich, I could have seen a pitch of like, let me give you Marseille, you can get a second fleet down, and then make this Piedmont Tyrolia move if you think that the South is going to sort out. They got there eventually.
Yeah. So it does look like the Sweden was a stab by Germany on England. So England reacts by taking Helgoland and sending the fleet back up towards the northern direction. So it's sort of straightening out. It looks like it's straightening out into an FG. England retakes Liverpool, which is taken off the board to be rebuilt. If the plan is to rebuild it in Brest, I still don't really understand this, because actually, if you just gone south instead of into Liverpool, you'd be in Mid-Atlantic, which is just better. But I don't know. There are things cooking in this game, and not all of them are making a huge amount of sense. So Jason takes Romania in the east, but does it with the fleet, which is not ideal. This is actually this could really slow his momentum next year, in that now you've got to shuffle that fleet back out to get the army into Romania, and it's just a turn of lost momentum. It makes sense that you're maybe concerned that Sevastopol would tap Black Sea, but I think I'd rather still take it with the army and hope that something can be worked out for you in that regard. Meanwhile, Micah has sent both fleets sort of northward to deal with this German invasion, except Germany's actually hitting Vienna to help Russia. So again, some curious things going on, but given how bad Micah's position looked in spring, this has worked out quite nicely. She gets another build now. A fair amount of her problems have sort of been solved with this.
I have the smallest suspicion about if maybe Russia offered support into Vienna, hoping that Serbia was going to come under attack, and then it just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, possibly. That would make sense. Well done, if so.
Almost well done. Pulling St. Petersburg, I think, is pretty reasonable here. The north is a mess, and you're not going to hold it anyway, and you can't pull back. I think you've got more game to play in the south for sure by keeping your other units around.
Yeah, and it looks like they've got a good relationship, or a relationship with Germany.
Right, and I think also England to an extent. Maybe England's just more busy than anything, because you can go to St. Petersburg, but you'll just end up losing Norway, as the moves here show. France going to be able to force Marseille, depending on how involved Italy gets. The Lyon move is, I guess, just to be able to kick out Piedmont. And given the previous coordination between France and Italy, I don't think this is like a changing of the winds necessarily. It's also a great excuse to be in the Gulf of Lyon, because if you do end up making progress with the IT, it's the right place to be. The rest, and it's like, is this kind of like stalemated in the north? In which case, like, moving to not the channel is a little suspicious. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like France is lining up an attack on Germany, right? Possibly for Belgium and Marseille at the same time. Germany had a decent supply center count lead here, but the problem that Germany had is that they sort of started 3 wars in entirely different areas and didn't have enough units to prosecute those 3 wars. So they've got units fighting in France, units fighting against Italy, and units fighting for a stab on England. And that's not an ideal combination, and they sort of may have bitten off a bit more than they can chew.
Let's see. And France picks a side. 2 sides, actually, helping both Italy and England into dots, which is not what I expected. I sort of expected them to get back to 5 here. I think the selfless nature will probably benefit. I don't think there's anybody big enough to really bully them out of the rest of their centers, unless Italy comes knocking with that move to the Ionian. Because moving to the Ionian while Turkey's can accept that, they basically need to see something happen with that immediately, especially since they moved to the east coast of Bulgaria, which is fair but risky. Yeah, I think more important, like the big diplomatic victory I see here is Austria is willing to do anything that screws Russia at this point. I think it's been clear for a couple of years, probably caused by that attempt at some kind of alliance, which is too bad.
Austria's building here, right? It's Austria that's got the build rather than Turkey.
Oh, they've followed into Romania.
Mhm.
Huh. Thank you for pointing that out. I just sort of assumed things worked out great for Turkey. I'm just in an IT mindset. I think I just want to see it succeed, and the rest I don't really care about.
Yeah, this is a curious turn for Janissary management because you don't let your Janissary grow, but now the Janissary is as big as one of the members of that IT alliance. Like Austria's on 4 dots, so is Turkey.
Is it just an alliance
Turkey's on
then?
5, but yeah,
Maybe it's just an alliance.
Yeah, it's just not ideal. They're back in Bohemia Tyrolia. This game is very chaotic on both sides. It doesn't seem like any sort of consistent plan is being followed. Even if people are like working together with the same person for a few years, they can't agree on exactly how to work together. And you're seeing that in just back and forth moves. And I said last year that the fleet in Romania might cost Turkey momentum. It seems to have cost them Romania, which is pretty bad from the Turkish point of view. Micah's now got the ability to sort of swing west against the France that's helped 2 people into dots rather than taking any for themselves, or to swing east into a pretty open Turkey, who isn't going to be building and has no fleets that are anywhere near the Med.
I have no idea what's going on, but I am here for it. And Chris Kelly helping with my first smile of the day. Hell moves to Hades, but he did follow it up with the point that I did not notice until the comment. Could have retreated to North Sea, so that is a choice.
Could have retreated to North Sea. It's unclear why Germany was moving out of Sweden in the first place. England is getting to build free because of the rebuild. Darcy somehow kept St. Petersburg despite not covering at any point, so credit to Darcy.
All right, well, I failed to do it last turn, so we'll just go ahead and take care of it right now. I think we probably would have had a different answer in 1904. 1905 was quite eventful. Who do you like? McCullis, go to you first.
Austria's building, which I don't think is good for Italy because it's another army coming down, which makes it harder for Italy to take dots there. So I think probably England. I think that turn went very well for them. I think we can reasonably expect a German fleet to come off of the board, and with 3 English fleets coming down and France having chosen not to take a build to themselves, England can become the premier Western power here.
Andrew?
I think I'll go with Italy. No offense to the people in the north. I've not trusted your coordination based on what I'm seeing at this point. And I think Italy is the one running the show in the south. I think Micah has given Austria this build and it will be repaid in kind. I think France has got clear coordination, and I bet that Marseille could be traded back in response for a cutting of Ruhr, which will help England progress, but I think more so it'll help Italy sort out its business.
All right. Winner of 1905.
So Italy builds another army here, which doesn't suggest good things for Austria. It's playing with fire a little bit because there's not really anyone to support an Italian attack on Austria here. Turkey's fleet Bulgaria East Coast is useless for attacking Austrian centers. If Austria just pulls Gal down and decides to go full defensive, it's not clear that even with 4 armies there, it will be that easy to actually take anything. And if one of them goes up into Munich and is sort of trapped there, hoping to hold on to it, that makes it even harder.
I'm going to keep my eyes on to see if we get a convoy over into Bulgaria, because you were correct that the if Italy and Turkey do end up working together, that army makes me think that's at least what Micah might be thinking. They're going to need an army there.
So for the moment, those armies push north. Austria goes up to Silesia, so it is still on side, which is good diplomatic work by Micah. Very much advantage Italy as a result of that. They do lose Marseille and seem to think that they were going to be able to hold it, so perhaps that is actually a surprise to them. I think it was ambitious to expect Germany to cut Burgundy and help you out after the last couple of years, but maybe it was hopeful. Meanwhile, England has seemingly attempted to move on France without finishing Germany off. And much as before I said that Germany was biting off more than they can chew, this looks like England's doing the same thing. No one in the West seems to want to actually finish anyone off, and that just gives all the power to the East. England finally takes North Sea, deciding that after about a year, maybe, just maybe, North Sea is a good place for England to have a fleet. Okay. Germany, however, gets the 2 dots they lost before back as a result of all of this nonsense. So Germany is back into Sweden and back into Belgium, blowing up the English fleet in Belgium in the process. France will get a build this time because having walked out of Spain, it didn't matter. They didn't lose it. Italy gets into Munich. So even though Germany is actually a net +1, all of their home centers are covered and they can't put that one down anywhere. But the big story, the real big story, is Austria is somehow out of this year building 2. This isn't a Janissary. I think we can make it very, very clear now that Austria is not a Janissary. My maths may have been wrong before, but Austria is bigger than Turkey now. And getting Warsaw and Trieste, I would assume that Turkey's cut Moscow, so Warsaw is by agreement 100%. I wonder if Trieste wasn't. I wonder if Trieste was just, there's no better opportunity than now. Italy will be pulling one if I take Trieste, and even though they get Munich, they lose Marseille and Trieste. Great year for Tianyu. Well done.
But where do you go from here? Like, I think if you pitched AT and like the fleet got out of Bulgaria and there was like some position to be had, but I think IT just collapses on you here because the control of Sevastopol, right? Like, you don't have Russia as a strong influence holding back Turkey from just absolutely laying into you.
But what does absolutely laying into you look like? Yes, Romania. Other than Romania? I don't know. Like, Italy is not well placed to prosecute an attack on you. Turkey's got to sort of shift those fleets and armies around in an annoying manner to actually get into a good place. Russia, you may be able to do some sort of deal where you get them into Sev now from here. It's unclear what Darcy's playing for. But Darcy is continuing to hold St. Petersburg against foreign units without having to cover it. So Darcy looks like they're going to carry on trying to do stuff in the south. Yeah, there's a lot that can happen in this game. And I who knows? Maybe Austria pushes for a draw vote now. Maybe all of these players are so tired from this back and forth that the game just ends.
It almost feels like a right result for this game. It's everybody, we just need to get England and France tied with everybody else as well.
Draw doesn't sound half bad, to be honest.
Yeah, numerous people have had the opportunity to take the game by the scruff of the neck and have let it slip. And that's the sort of game where you could get really demotivated by that. When you have your big opportunity, it passes you by. Your neighbor has a big opportunity, it passes them by. And everyone sort of just gets together after a while and goes, guys, why are we still playing this? let's just call it. It's none of our finest hours. Very chaotic. I'll peace out from here. But I guess we'll see from here.
Yep. So sounds like Steve Hogue said they did take a lot of draw votes during this time period. So yeah, this game, I've been in games like this. I don't know that this is the case for this specific game, but I have been in games like this where the frustration just starts to build. Like, nobody's working with each other. You can't get on the same page. There's no rhythm. People are drawing or calling for draw votes. You get annoyed that other people are calling for draw votes and then nobody's agreeing on them. You're just wasting time. So it can be a very stressful situation to be in a game like this, but it can also be a lot of fun. Like so there's a type of player who maybe since I said it's fun, maybe that's me, I'm not sure, who enjoys that chaos a little bit. So yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's been one consistent alliance in recent years, which has been the IT, and the net result of that IT is that Austria's gone +3, which I'm as big a fan of an IT as anyone. It's not how I tend to run them.
We can't all be diplomat of the year, McCullough. So, all right, what are we looking at, Andrew?
We're looking at a failed convoy swap into Constantinople because Greece moved to Bulgaria. That's kind of crazy. I don't know what to say. I mean, like, it's great unless it wasn't decided, and then it's really great. Wow, because with Apulia, that's also saying if you kick me out of Tyrolia, like so this tastes like, okay, so Austria knows Italy's moves then, pretty much guaranteed. So maybe this was like, okay, Austria was nervous. You've been nervous all game. You've been beaten up by everybody all game. Fine. Have your 6-ish, and you can just sit there, and then IT will make progress around you, which I guess is not the typical way to run IT, but the joy of diplomacy is sometimes you get to try new things. Because then they're supported to Moscow, finally losing St. Petersburg. Darcy doesn't deserve this, by the way. I don't think at all. None of this is his fault. And so maybe he'll get put into St. Petersburg, but now Sweden left. Oh my God. It's like, what a mess.
Right. The good news is 7 years into this game, France has finally got the English Channel. So great success there. That convoy swap's really curious because I think Italy may have been correct about it. Like whether this was agreed or not, I would imagine not. If Turkey's doing it to attack Austria, you don't convoy swap. You just convoy to Romania. You just go straight in. So presumably that convoy swap, if it was intended, was to get a fleet come out to the Med, and Italy's correctly prevented that from happening.
Yeah, and so they say, well, you know what? Whatever. We'll just put everything in the spin cycle. This does mean that the build for Moscow is going to have to be in Smyrna as well, which seems very convoluted and on purpose. Wow.
I mean, you have to assume it's a fleet's murder, right? What else is it going to be if you're doing that?
I agree. Tactically, it wouldn't be anything else except, I guess, now you go after Italy. And there's certainly dots to be had there. They've got too many armies and I don't think I've ever seen 4 armies north of Rome stacked up like a little Christmas tree before. But then it seems like Italy is also content to exist. I'm almost sad that it went to Portugal instead of Spain. Like, I would have welcomed the Spanish fleet to come around next year, now that I can see that clearly they don't have goodwill towards me. Like, this is wow. Also, welcome Peter. Thank you, Michael, for letting us know that he joined now. He seems to have had only one effect on the game, which is people go, oh yeah, we should probably kill him. But the power of being a unifying force is appreciated.
Well, it looks like Peter and Darcy here tried to do something clever tactically. They tried to brace Warsaw by supporting Warsaw to Prussia, assuming Prussia would be the mover. It didn't work, but they tried to do something, which is always good. Stephen Hogue uses the Fleet English Channel to take Belgium, because Fleet Belgium is what you always want. With Picardy and Belgium, those are the places you want fleets. Again, this again feels like a game that could draw. Austria has a rebuild that they can't put down. It's unclear just who would want this game to keep going at this stage. Maybe France, maybe Turkey.
Austria.
I don't know.
Austria. I think Austria is having fun.
Turkey's got some room, I think. They want it.
Turkey has got some room as long as they have Austria. And if they don't have Austria, they have no room.
Yeah.
But it looks like they do have Austria. So Turkey gets into GNC, decides to support themselves in, and Austria piffs Bohemia whilst defending Trieste. Nice, correct guesses there. Won't be able to hold Trieste another turn because Italy is putting 4 on it, but that's not actually, yeah, because Italy now has to worry about Greece, so maybe they will hold it. We'll see. Meanwhile, Turkey is putting 2 on Warsaw, so this looks like Turkey's just attacking everybody at this stage because why not? I guess it sort of fits with the flow of the game. Meanwhile, Peter McNamara makes damn well sure he doesn't lose Sweden to a walk-in like Germany happened to them twice already. Instead, all the English fleets go the other way around, and Peter has overcovered against nothing. And Germany and Italy are working together to attack Ruhr. So Italy is really inviting France to send those fleets into the Med, I think, with that move. It's very unclear to me why Italy would want to choose Germany over France as an ally at this position. All right. So, follow up in full. France gets Kiel, England gets Holland. Finally, we see an alliance in the West, which has a coherent set of moves for an entire year, takes the dots in front of them. Good job, guys. The East, Italy gets into Trieste, and Turkey takes Warsaw, and doesn't take Greece. Italy making the correct guess that they didn't need to cover it yet. Still not overly thrilled to see Turkey pulling the 2 fleets out. It still looks to me more like Turkey is just trying to take all the dots in front of them rather than this being an IT coordinated attack on Austria. This has gone from chaos fest to dot grab fest. We'll see if the EF can last more than a year because nothing else has.
I'm sad they're not in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, Turkey passed up the chance to take St. Pete there.
That's my whole opinion. It's like you don't get to go there ever. And on a board state that I think you would get to stay there. It wouldn't be great for defensive Warsaw and Moscow, but it'd be really fun.
Yeah, France. I was going to call this out because France built Army Paris, which really weird build if you're going after Italy like those fleets had suggested you were. So maybe England should have smelt this one coming as a result. The EF does not last more than a year. But I'm taking over your year.
Take over whatever. Everybody's taking everybody else's dots here. It's like truly just an absolute mess. I'm sort of shocked that Italy has once again showed restraint as far as collapsing Austria. France hasn't demonstrated an interest in affecting you, positively or negatively. It's been benevolent negligence, to be honest. And I think that means that if you wanted to just take it one-on-one, little Italy versus Austria here, just a little like tactics it out, I think you could have just done that and then go on to one-on-one Turkey and just be like, can you stop me?
Well, Peter McNamara's love of a Western triple as an Australian seems to be coming into play here because Germany convoys France to Livonia, convoys themselves to St. Petersburg, which has to be arranged as there's no other reason for St. Petersburg to Barents Sea to be a thing. So, okay, sure, why not? Hurrah.
Yeah, see, and then the threat of too much fun made them all wake up and realize that you probably have better things to do. Congrats to everybody on a really fun game. I don't know if it necessarily would have drawn here. It kind of feels like the frustration outweighed the fun to an extent. And maybe I think Austria realized that they needed a better friend, and so actually like we'll just call it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem here is that everybody can probably take something and everybody can lose something as well. There's nobody that just has, oh, I'll just take this easy dot safely. Turkey can take Romania and potentially lose Moscow. Like England can take Denmark and potentially lose London. It's Sweden and St. Petersburg have been swapped. France can take an English dot but will lose Kiel. Italy will probably lose Greece whilst maybe taking Vienna. Like everybody has a pro and a con for continuing this game.
Sounds like a great advocacy for the WDC's public votes after 3 times of failure.
Yeah, so Michael Saxon saying the coordination here was to force the draw. They suspected that Turkey was the one that was vetoing it. And yeah, Steve Hogue saying they were taking draw votes for 2 or 3 years at that point. So, hey, I know we kind of gave this game a little bit of a hard time for all of the inconsistencies, but I will say as a viewer, that was a lot of fun. So I hope that the players didn't feel frustrated. They recognized that the fluidity of that game could be a lot of fun and had a good time. And I will say thank you to all of them for allowing us to cover it. And let's go ahead and get to our next one. We are going to give Andrew a break. And we're going to bring McCallus on.
I'm already here.
Yes, we are going to bring David on. There we go. McCallus, you're going to take the lead on this one and introduce our players.
All right. VDL 219. We have last year's regular season winner, Justin Law, playing in Austria. We have Patrick Jacobson playing in England. Ben Kelman, perennial top boarder in this competition, playing in France. We have Astronaut playing in Germany. We have Sabia Huja playing their first game in a couple of years in Italy. We have Leonardo Superworty playing in Russia, and we have a potential new player, David Samore, playing in Turkey.
All right, David, any storylines that you will be keeping an eye on?
It's great to see Sabi back. It would be the main storyline. But I do want to see how Justin Lohr does, the regular season champ, right in the middle of, Sabi, who hasn't played in a while, and these other players that haven't played with Justin very much. So this should be an interesting East.
McCallus, take us away.
All right. So we have a bounce in Burgundy between Germany and France, with France putting the other unit north, so not giving up on Belgium, potentially playing for all three here. England decides to make the generally regarded as anti-Russian opening by going Liverpool to Edinburgh, potentially setting up a convoy to Norway. The East sees some very unusual openings where we see Moscow hold, which is something you see about one in game in 100. With the DMZ in Galicia, but not opening north. Very trusting by Justin, who doesn't open up Galicia, or rather does open up Galicia, does open up Trieste, doesn't care, goes straight to Budapest. And whenever I see this opening and it succeeds like this in the spring, my mind is always reminded of Wes Ketchum's statistical analysis from a couple of years ago, where this opening had the highest top share percentage rate of any Austrian opening. It also had the highest elimination percentage rate of any Austrian opening. So
it's the Babe Ruth strategy.
Yes, go big or go home. The follow-up is to cover Vienna, because that's the important thing to cover in this position. It doesn't use it to do anything with Romania. Fair enough. Italy does a Lepanto convoy, just holds into Rolia. Russia sends the army south now. So this has turned from a pretty unusual spring to a very familiar looking fall. Turkey opening up Smyrna for the build, sends the fleet across, could be setting up for the sort of normal RT versus AI position, or Russia could jump in on Turkey. The north, nothing particularly noteworthy. There's a bounce in Belgium between England and France. So Germany has not been punished for that sort of slow momentum bounce in Burgundy start and doesn't have to worry about Holland.
The only thing I'll say here is there's not very many fall 1901s where you're talking about armies going to Yorkshire and Syria. It happens, but it doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, those more
and
common
Vienna for Budapest. I mean, those are interesting army moves in 1901.
And Steve Hogue just saying, if it was go big or go home, Austria went back to Vienna, so they went home. All right, take a quick look at these adjustments. David, we'll go to you and just call out anything that you thought was interesting as you look over the 1901.
Lead Marseille build in the fall of 1901 is always an interesting move. But, of course, in this case, they go straight to Spain, so who cares? This looked a lot like an RT, but look at Warsaw holding. Austria self-bouncing in Galicia, and there's lots and lots of nothing going on with the armies in Romania, Bulgaria, etc. That's an interesting East, I must say. with the only bounce that we see is actually in Venice, of all places, with the Italians. The Turks do go into the Aegean Sea. Austria doesn't even move its fleet from Greece. The convoy back to Apulia is totally de rigueur, I would say. I think the North Sea into Helgoland is probably the most interesting move here. That's a tip-off that England and France really are going to work together here if the non-fleet build in Brest wasn't enough information. So the Germans taking Belgium without any fight is fine, but I think a fight might be coming.
Yeah, everyone's pretty cagey so far. As you say, Helgoland's the only thing that's really tipped a hand in any direction. But France letting Germany into Belgium, they don't have to stick in this EF. This could very easily turn into France just going up to Irish Sea and going after England. It's only England that's tipped the hand so far.
It's true. Fall turn, the English do in fact take Holland with support, and the French do take Belgium. So this is EF. But the French fleets, instead of going into Western Med, bouncing Western Med, trying to keep the Italians on side. No, the Germans don't even try to take Sweden. They just go right back. They know that the gig is up with taking anything. They assume the English are going to support Sweden, don't even try. In the East, we do have sort of stasis, I would say. You still got RT not really going anywhere. The fleets for the Turks are just sort of moving around. You got the arranged bounce in Armenia. This is a lot of nothing. This is a lot of holding pattern stuff. So we'll see if any of these planes are just going to taxi around the one way or they're actually going to take off at some point.
Yeah, it's a little bit of doodle without the dipsy.
Yeah, this is it. The East is always at a slight disadvantage momentum-wise in that there's 4 of them and there's 3 in the West. And if the West kills someone quickly, the East has to kill 2 people quickly to keep up at the same pace. If the East doesn't kill anyone quickly and the West kills someone quickly, the East is a long way behind. And this is actually going to be quite hard for them to catch up from. They're going to need EF to start making some errors, start getting some wrong guesses for things to fall apart between them. Otherwise, EF are going to take a sort of strong leads that even if they stab each other, one of them will probably top from. It's going to be very, very difficult for the East to catch up if they don't start making things happen very soon.
Just get ready to say one way to catch up would be for the Russians to throw in here and not just help the English. But I don't know, Norway may actually be arranged.
Yeah, taking it with the army, so that suggests that maybe there's going to be some sort of trade for Denmark. Maybe it's just you didn't want to deal with the retreat, but it's definitely quite easy to negotiate something good from that. Meanwhile, in the south, we see what looks like an AT following up into Ionian Sea. France has come to Western Med. Wouldn't be at all surprised if that's by invitation. Piedmont potentially too. It does look like France and Italy have been somewhat coordinating against Germany, although I guess they both moved to Munich this turn, so maybe that coordination hasn't gone quite as well. But yeah,
Moscow to St. Pete was about. We assumed that was a bounce last time. Flanders is saying no.
All right, so Turkey uses that position to convoy to Apulia. Nice. That is a nice big momentum gainer. Very nice move. France gets into Munich, England gets into Denmark, England gets into Kiel. What I said before about EF need to get some guesses wrong, this ain't how to get the guesses wrong. This is still pretty bad news for the East. Western Mediterranean bouncing in Tunis, you would assume arranged, potentially not, but you make a fairly comfortable assumption that it is so. But if this is EF with Italy as a janissary, and Russia is probably going to be kicked straight back out of those Scandinavian dots from here. And yeah, this is, if I'm either England or France right now, I'm just like counting up how fast we can get across the line and how many dots we can get altogether.
Fall 1903, there have been no battles in the Balkans at all. 0. That is almost unheard of, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that graph, like it's just Germany going down and most of the Eastern powers, Russia aside, just nothing changing. And
the builds still look like EF. And so now Marseille to Gascony is interesting. Maybe they're just going to try to open that up for some kind of other build of a fleet or something. I'm not really sure why they built the army and they went backwards. I mean, Ben knows what he's doing, though. And he does take Tunis, does take Western Med. So the EF is just off to the races. They're already in the Baltic. There's, it's not like there's, armies from the east in Prussia, Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia. That's not what's happening. The Vienna is supporting into Tyrolia. So, maybe this is AT, maybe this is a rat with the idea that they're going to use the Italian centers as a dot farm or something. But they're not even really trying that. I mean, Greece supporting Khan Bulgaria, that's not really anything other than staying in Greece.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume Marseille to Daphne was in case England dropped to the channel, a moment of vulnerability. You're committing your fleets into the Med, so you're just the trust but verify move.
Yep. That's a good
as I said before, this is like Russia was going to lose Scandinavia, lose it quickly. This is not looking good for the East.
So the Tyrolia to Venice from Piedmont, do you think that was a wanted support?
I do, yeah. I think Italy is janissarying for France here. I would assume that Tunis was agreed, actually. Might even be used to try and take Ionian Sea. And if it doesn't work, oh well. Yeah, I can see a world where they even try and blow up Apulia or something like that. There's a lot of things that they could do here.
The best thing to try to do here is to blow up Apulia. They don't, though. Apulia gets out with Austrian help. It's one of those things. Sabi, what else was Sabi supposed to do when there's a Turkish army in Apulia? You got to just hope that Ben is going to come help you. And in this particular case, Ben is there to help Sabi, as you can see, trying to move through Tunis, sort of, but certainly moving into the Tyrrhenian to backfill with the Turks or against the Turks. In the north, do we have? Yeah, Norway does not fall because Finland is there to stop that. But the Germans are now officially dead. Now, does that mean England takes 2 here? That's what it looks like. And the French take Tunis, so they're still in pretty good arrangement here as an EF. Now, is that a fight in the Balkans? Has Romania fallen to enemy forces? I don't know. Probably. That's probably what that is, because it looks like maybe the AT is finally going to flex its muscles in both directions instead of just one.
The other question is, if that's a fight, is it deliberately a fight? Was that supposed to be a bounce in Romania that Turkey just sneakily supported Austria into? This is a curious time to turn on Russia when Russia's the only thing holding EF back at this point, and now I would assume that the result of this will be 2 northern disbands from Russia, England walking into the lot.
Vienna to Budapest was not that was an order that made it look like this was some kind of move against the Russians. Otherwise, why would you not just go to Bohemia and try to be a defense against the EF?
Yeah, completely fair.
All right, winner of 1904. We'll play Who Do You Like? David, we'll go to you first.
As an old France hand, it's hard for me not to pick France in this situation. I think EF are both obviously looking really good. France does have at least the Italian units on side, probably. I guess there's probably just 2 of them now, but that's still helpful. So England, you might pick England just because who are they fighting except for a Russia that's also being attacked by AT, so that's good for England. I mean, they're both in good shape, but I'm going to go with France. McCallus, of course, is going to pick Greece because he's got an unhealthy fascination with Greece. Oh, wait, I guess you can't really pick them. All right, McCallus, who are you picking?
I am going to pick England. I believe that after that attack in the south, Russia will pull 2 northern units off. England will get to walk to Norway and St. Petersburg without much fuss. And then they get to decide. France is going to be probably enmeshed in a big battle with fleets in the Med. England could start convoying to Prussia, start channeling the armies across like EF can do. Or they could decide to stab France. I think England's going to be the one that a year or 2 from now actually has flexibility on this board that almost nobody else is going to have.
All right, so sticking with the West from both of our analysts, take note of that. Viewers, we'll see whether that turns out. Take a quick look at these adjustments, see if anybody feels differently after watching this as we move into 05.
Fleet Brest is fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably just a deterrence.
I'm not sure it's the wisest of deterrents. So what it has sort of triggered here is England worried that France is coming in. It convoys all of those armies, but they convoy them into Germany instead of into Russia. So that position has gone from not at all scary to France to being quite scary for the French now, actually. 3 English armies lined up there. England also gets that walk into Norway that I expected, so good for them in that regard. And it does look like this is an AT attack on Russia, which is not really going anywhere.
It's ambitious.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah, this is very, very good turn for Patrick Jacobson, I think.
Oi.
All right, so Patrick pulls the trigger, goes for France, takes Belgium, takes Munich, walks out of Norway, which I'm kind of curious. I don't think, even if you're working with Russia, you can just say, what's St. Petersburg doing for me? Just pull that off the board. So slightly surprising decision to pass up on that build. But other than that, this is, full hard England going into France. France, it seems, sort of sees it coming. So Marseille goes up to Burgundy, Mal covers Channel, Tyrrhenian Sea pulls back to Western Med. Problem with that, of course, is that it invites this AT forward, and you might lose Tunis as it's the price of your folly for that regard. But yeah, good year for Patrick. Maybe a little early though. 1905 is very early to pull the trigger in your alliance, and when you could have still taken Norway, St. Petersburg, and then done this, I'm not sure I'd have done it at this stage.
Maybe you were right earlier, and the Fleet Brest just kind of triggered this.
It was it surprised me a lot, that build.
All right, the French lose the army in Tuscany, so I don't know, probably no choice there. That was probably the most superfluous unit. Those fleets are going to have to come back here. This, of course, the real question with Patrick's move is, was this early? Was this so early that now one of the Eastern powers might be able to somehow pull this out? We'll find out in a minute. But he's still got overwhelming power against Ben, I think.
Which power, if in the East, could catch Patrick?
There would have to be There would have to be a lot of switching around here. That the Turks would have to get a lot of progress in the south or something. I mean, it would take a lot.
I think Turkey has potentially the ability to do it. They take a couple Italian dots and then stab Austria. Like, if England doesn't make any progress in that time, it's a sort of winning strategy. If England just beats France, then you're too far behind to catch up. But it doesn't look like that's what's happened.
Well, that supported attack on Munich is going to slow the English down a little bit. Loses a forward army. You always hate to see that as a fleet power with armies on the continent. It's a little bit like the Turks losing an army in Apulia when you convoy it there and then it gets killed. A little bit like that. Because, oh crap, it took me a long time to get that guy there.
It's also really unclear what England was trying to do with this move set. So they self-bounce in Burgundy and tap Ruhr. I don't.
Yeah, you need to get rid of that Ruhr get rid of that Ruhr person if you're going to do anything at all. Just get rid of that guy.
Either piff Ruhr or support yourself to Burgundy, because then you've got to walk to Marseille. Marseille was right there. As soon as Tuscany was the unit that was pulled, it was very unlikely that France would be able to get a unit in position to cover Marseille and cover Picardy. So one of them was probably going to be open. So, yeah, not great.
Yeah, you still have the 3-on-3 in the Mid-Atlantic, which was what that was being set up to do. The Ruhr Army now escapes the PIF that possibly should have been last time, and the Russians are being now into Prussia. Russian army goes to Norway. Now it's next to Sweden. So we'll see. I mean, this game's not over, but did Patrick pull the trigger too early? I guess we're going to find out. In the south, you said maybe the Turks take the 2 Italian centers. How about definitely if the Turks take the 2 Italian centers? Probably Sabih throwing up their hands here, it looks like.
Yeah, I think the writing was on the wall for Sabih once France had to pull back, right? Unfortunate. Rum is interesting. I would assume it's by agreement, taken with the fleet. It's probably to build in St. Petersburg. Again, this goes back to my point of should have just kept Norway last year for England. The East have managed to get Russia back on side and flip this into a rat, and that's not good for England's prospects.
Well, we'll see if the rat stays together also.
Well, the Russian build suggests it.
It does. They're going to kill. I was going to say they're going to kill the fleet, but the fleet actually retreats to Sev. So that's not an an on purpose kill there.
No, it maybe there was some agreement to kill it, but the other Turkish moves potentially surprised, or maybe this could be that when they pitched, let's blow your fleet up, and Russia went, you guys are going to attack me if I do that. So probably just some good reading on their part. They should hold Sev for a year. The problem, of course, is that having committed against England, what can happen is England can say, you know what, fair enough, I'll back out of my attack on France and come and take those dots I should have taken 2 years ago. And all of those fleets are now going anti-Russia. So Super Werty's sort of mini recovery looks like it's going to shudder to a very rapid halt.
I'm not sure Patrick had any choice there. I mean, Patrick had to turn around and do that, I think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Ben reciprocates or not. But I'm also, Venice and Apulia are very curious moves by those two.
I was going to say the same thing. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. That's either being scared. Oh, well, or it could just be you want to be convoyed to Albania. Interesting.
I question why you want to be convoyed to Albania. So Russia gets Sevastopol blown up, but keeps Romania. Okay. Moves the armies back, loses Norway. England gets the build. Cool. France doesn't push north against England, which means that England can build Summit in Liverpool to plug that hole if they need to. EF have done a sort of decent job of smoothing things out, but Ben needs a strategy to win here, and that strategy has to be either go back into the south and take dots there, or attack England. Like, the strategy to win isn't sit there and hope that England somehow loses centers to nobody. That's not a winning path.
No, those units just are not going to be able to do anything here. The one unit that you've got westward, you don't even go to Turanian to do anything, to have a bit more interesting position. So we'll see.
Is there an argument for Patrick saying, hey, I've got growth potential here, I'll give you Belgium here and go? Because it feels like Ben needs one more to be able to break through in the south.
There are a lot of units holding and supporting here in the EF border, and I'm not sure if there's trust for either of them at this point to disengage, which is going to be one of those things where at some point maybe there'll have to be a draw then, because they're not going to do anything. But here we've got actual activity going on in the east with all these armies going various places for the Austrians. So I don't know what's happening here exactly. I know they're probably moving out just so they can build, but still.
For Ben to make that pitch, Ben has to actually be willing to try and take it and to do something. If you're just going to hold there with everything, England's not just going to give you a dot in return for nothing. You have to be either committing into the Med or, I don't know, sending the army south through Tyrolia or something. There are things that Ben could do to put the EF back together, but as David says, if the trust isn't there, you probably just don't.
And I'm not even sure that if I were him, I would have. I was getting ready to say, if I were him, I would have just said, there's nothing I can do from here. I can't trust you, Patrick, to go anywhere else. So we might as well draw the game. And that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Patrick. Yeah, well done. 10 center top. That's a nice little score there. 100 points. And congratulations to Ben and for Justin for coming in second at 7. That was fun. This was what I think the point that was most interesting to me in this game was we had a EF that looked like they were dominating, and then I don't know if it was through diplomacy or overextension or what, but moves were made so that did not end up sweeping over the board, and it was a very interesting mid game for this scenario in this game to me.
Maybe that fleet build in Brest really did precipitate this, and at any rate, good for Patrick.
Yeah, great top for Patrick. What I would say is, early on, I said that EF were going to run away with this, even if they stabbed each other. One of them was going to get the big top. It is what happened here. It's the East, those 2 or 3 years in the early game, for sort of 1902 to 1904, where they just did nothing. That's why the West had the ability to do this. That's why one of the Western powers got the big top. Could have been the other way around. Like France could have got the jump on England and got the big top instead, but it was always going to be one of them, unless they sort of made a failed stab and ground each other to nothing, while someone in the East managed to mop everything up at the end, which can happen, but is rarely the sort of win path you're looking for when you go into a game. You just can't afford 3 years of stasis whilst the West kills the third power that's over there. It's sort of terminal for your chances.
All right. Well, McCallus, we're going to give you a break. Thank you. And with that, we're going to bring David. David's back already. We're going to bring Andrew back on and have David lead off game 3. Quick reminder, if you're enjoying the broadcast, go ahead and give it a thumbs up, give it a like, post in the comments, let us know what we missed, say something nice. All of this helps the YouTube algorithm, words are hard, helps the YouTube algorithm promote this game, which is one of the primary missions of the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. And I appreciate everybody watching as we move into our 3rd game of the Virtual Diplomacy League. David, take it away.
All right, we got some guy playing Austria. Look at this newbies. It's maybe going to get eliminated early as Austria because he doesn't know what he's doing. England, Vinegar Syndrome. That looks like a player that's new to us. Darcy, one of our Australian players that I got to meet in San Francisco. Great guy. Ryan Feathers, another guy we met in San Francisco. Made a big splash there. I'm glad to see him playing VDL. Kusai playing Italy, maybe another new player. And then we've got, I would say, some veteran players. Teague Epwright has played a lot of games in the last several years from Philly, and then Ian Rudnick, of course, face-to-face and online player from Boston. So some interesting names here. I would say that the East is looking like a very interesting arrangement. Does McCallus, can McCallus get a friend here in these with these people around him who know exactly who he is?
Yeah, for those not aware, McCallus Camaridis won last year's DBN Invitational. So coming into this season as the number 1 seed from the previous year. So big target on McCallus's back potentially. So the question will be for me, will the champ get targeted? And if it does, will they be able to survive it? Being in Austria, that's always a tough spot. We saw that in the World Diplomacy Championship. The number 1 player coming into that definitely got targeted as Austria. That definitely made a big difference in that game. So,
yeah, but then I let him live in Munich for several game years. I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
Very generous, David. So, all right, spring of 1901. David, take us away.
All right, looking at the Western builds, we've got 2 armies going north. That's the same with the bounce in Bergen. That's the same opening we just saw from France in the last game. What we did not see in the last game was Russia going north, which is what Teague does by moving Moscow to St. Pete. That's always an interesting move. And look at it's combined with McCallus going to Trieste from Vienna. So this is a really unusually strong AR arrangement here with nobody going to Galicia and Austria actually going south. So this should be fascinating. Fall turn, the Venice and Trieste guys just stand there looking at each other. The Turks, Ian does that little, Andrew Goff thing, go to Syria and say, I come at me, Lepanto. I'm going to stay right here in Syria. France really does get 3 builds. We talked about that in the last game. Was Ben going to get 3 builds with France? In this one, Darcy really does get 3 builds as France. And otherwise, we got the convoy to Norway, which is usually a bad sign for the Russians. But of course, in this case, the Russians probably knew it was coming because they had moved north. So they're going to Finland so they can build in St. Pete. And Ryan lets the Russians into St. Pete. So also looking at a fascinating Western situation with a potential ER war here.
Smells like an air. Smells like an air.
You think so?
I think so. I think Turkey's taking good tact with it by just saying, all right, well, I'm going to give Russia the benefit. Right? You always got to pick somebody that, gets your belly while you show the shell to everybody else. But it smells like an air.
Especially when you've got Russia who's building fleet North Coast St. Pete. So if you're gonna have to pick someone, that's probably not the worst decision to
Now,
make.
here's the real question: does Kiel
Got
go to
Marseille again,
Helgoland?
David.
Does Kiel go to Helgoland? Does Kiel go to Baltic? Andrew, take it away.
How going? Not bad, not bad. I'm more disappointed to see no Portugal to Spain. You got me excited about Marseille from the previous game, and I think if it is going to turn out to be some kind of an error, that would be the situation to take. But maybe it's just a rat, I guess, which is a bit surprising. But I think plenty fine, especially if you played out the first year with promises of support into Aegean. This can come as a nasty surprise. Munich being involved intrigues me because it makes me wonder if there's a potential for some malicious racing in the fall. But besides that, like the North is just kind of still waiting to see exactly what they want to do, given Russia has got an outsized influence right now.
Kiel to Helgoland. Kiel to Helgoland. That is a commitment.
So, Andrew, I'm going to ask you, when you play in the West, I feel like an advantage the West has is that sometimes they can be a little more patient than the East because there are only 3 on that side, like McCullis was talking about last time. If you're in the West and you see a rat, that doesn't happen very often. What's your approach? How do you feel about that?
I think I've only ever had it happen to me once at my very first face-to-face Cascadia, and I did not respond appropriately. So suffice to say, it's a cause for some alarm, but not that much, because as you know, balls of rats tend to do, they're going to start eating each other up. So then it's really a matter of, well, after that, is the Rat King going to come for you? And I think you have time to wait and see where it goes.
I think a rat shouldn't scare the West very much. If anybody, it should scare Germany, but an AIR scares Germany even worse. So I think a rat, if you're going to see a triple in the East, you'd rather it be a rat because, as Andrew just said, rats are usually fairly unstable. But we'll see.
So take care of your business and your side of the board. You've got time because the other theater is going to have to figure something out before they're coming across the line, basically.
I think so. And, there's no substitute for doing what we saw in the last game, which is taking a target, killing them quickly, and getting big. Yeah. Then you can defend against anybody.
And of course, obviously, the hardest piece is always the first army in Italy, right? Like that's always what makes an attack on Italy absolutely miserable, is that it's not as well defensible as France, but it's way more annoying to actually pick apart. So with that done, like there's no reason, I think, for the South to change anything up. I will say this was my hesitation with Hell. David, you've got all the experience on me, but this time I didn't feel the commitment from that fleet this time around. There was just something that didn't, like, there's not enough weakness. Talking about, the goal is to kill someone quickly. Everyone in the North is kind of too happy and healthy, to be honest. I think the fleet build really destabilized the normal relations in a way that I don't know if I see it that often, but it makes me wonder, like, how do you go from here?
Well, I think it was fine to do that. The diplomacy must have failed here for Ryan. He couldn't get Russia to stay on side, and he couldn't get France to go north. So that's what the failure was not really the move to Helgoland. It was he just diplomatically failed to get help, which is probably why he didn't even try to attack the North Sea there. He just held. Now, if I don't get any help, and I've gone to Helgoland and I'm not getting anybody to go with me, I'm going back. I'm switching back to Baltic instead of staying in Hell. That's maybe the only thing that Ryan did wrong here, was not realize that he couldn't go to Hell and then just sit and do nothing. Something was going to, if he wasn't going to have people on his side diplomatically, he needed to assume that Russia had gone the other direction, which is exactly what has happened here.
Oh, McCullis puts down one of my favorite builds in any game, Fleet Trieste. Darcy putting down Fleet Marseille. So moving to spring of 03.
All right. And if you build a Fleet Trieste, you really want it to be able to go to Adriatic. And it does, because Adriatic goes to Albania. So that's awesome. Second game where we've seen the Turkish convoy into Apulia. This was a little bit of a different context and quicker, but it's still an awesome move. The Italians were going west with their units because the French had come. So there's a lot of movement going on here. We've got looks like another sort of EF situation, not EF cooperation, but certainly not fighting each other. It is interesting that Belgium is just holding there, not trying to get into Ruhr, not trying to do anything about Burgundy. That is an interesting change from the last game. The English taking Denmark because the English, they're in with Russia. I mean, they're going to the parents. So I think that Teague has fallen for something here. I know he tried to take Norway and didn't try to do an attack on Germany, but this was not going to be the pivot that I was expecting, maybe with ER working against the Germans. This is just simply the Germans not having any friends. Fall turn, we've got Austria going into Romania because the Turks go into Sev while the Russians don't cover it. So that's somebody got jukey-juked there too, and I think it was Teague. He got jukey-juked twice. Austrians also take Rome. The Turks are taking Greece probably. I know it's got Italian support there, but I doubt that's a stab on Austria. That's probably the Austrians going to be killing that fleet now, building it as an army, or that was the theory behind doing that. I don't know. We'll see. French are into Iranian. That's not insignificant. That the French have got 3 fleets in good position in the south.
Definitely. I do actually really like the French position as a whole. No one in the north is really ready to kill you. England could certainly pivot, but it seems like a mess. And I mean, I guess Germany has to put down the army here, and I do believe you should, given that Russia just kind of got cleaned up from behind, so it's a matter of time before somebody's on your border. But
I was going to say vinegar syndrome, trying to fight Germany and Russia at the same time. This is kind of what happens. You really can't do that. There's not really an alliance working together in the West at all. There hasn't been the whole game. Now, we're in danger of seeing the mirror image of what we saw last time, where you've got a fast-moving alliance in one sort of part of the board and not really anything much happening on the other side. It's kind of what's happening here, except it's the AT.
Question for me will be, where does Austria go from here? If assuming that the French seem to probably be able to hold that line for a little bit, so does Austria help Turkey push forward? Do they move up into Germany and Russia? Do they move against Turkey? How would you approach that, Andrew?
It's probably Russia, right?
I like to take things in pieces, right? So if we look at the boot, tactically, you can't guarantee holding on to Ionian, or at least preventing the French from getting there and taking Naples in the spring. I don't think that's that big of a deal, to be honest. Looking at the moves, yeah, I probably would just hit that. So you put Turkey into there. They get one off Moscow eventually. I mean, I just feel like sticking it out. This feels like an alliance that McCall pitched as a, hey, let's take a rat and then let's progress, right? We're going to do all the correct trappings of the moves. We blew up the fleet in Romania in the spring, and then we will just so happen to stab you brutally. And so I read it actually as I think this is going to be the alliance that runs the board, similar to what you two were saying.
Yeah, I think the AT goes after Russia here, would be my guess. I mean, the Italians leaving Tuscany matters here. That changes the fleet differential for this next move, this next turn, or yeah, the fleet balance. I mean, for the next turn.
That might be an I'm ready to die move, to be honest. I don't know how much utility you get as a Janissary that covers Piedmont. I think I'm most curious to see if Austria, Turkey, and Germany can work something out. Because if they get stuck in the middle here, then there's only so much growth for the AT. And it sucks that Germany had to put down another fleet here. But if you can maybe get England in the pitch and say let's put Germany into Sweden, let's work something here, because the next growth is France from behind. I like their position, but diplomatically, I think that's where to go next.
We'll also point out Austria playing one short because they only had one center to build. So we move into spring of 04.
I mean, that's the other side of the coin, right? Is if you can't get the pitch to go your way, then you just pitch it the other side. I'm talking about the EF coordination here. Sorry. Because with only one fleet, Germany is always going to look like a nice, delicious, tasty snack until they can get back to something that's defensible. I think was that Baltic offering a convoy to help with the defense, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Berlin moving, not unreasonable. They know they're down an army. Yeah, I don't think I would have taken it, to be honest. You're just gets further out of position for yourself. And if you know that you're going to lose the diplomatic battle here, you're kind of just playing for Munich and Berlin at this point, which I think is a positive for the AT, because those are absolutely centers that you can race to after you race through Warsaw and Moscow.
Yeah, there is EF cooperation, as you said, but it's unlike the last game. There isn't a fast-moving something happening in the AT. Can we hope that when he moved out of Trieste in the fall here, that means he could build another fleet Trieste? Can we hope? I don't think he should. I don't think he should. But
yeah, I was laughing at the big arrow. I didn't know arrows could get that big. This is like when you shake your thing on the back and it goes.
Everybody wants him to go to Warsaw. Everybody.
I think I agree, to be honest. I think he needs another fleet build if there's going to be any action for AT, right? So, and I mean, he's recovered Holland as well.
I don't know. I think he builds an army myself, but we'll see.
Oh, he lost Denmark though, so it's kind of a mess. Yeah.
Now, England has taken 2 here, right? And the French did not keep Holland, so the French are not getting anything. The English are getting 2. Instability alert. Instability alert.
Exactly. And that's what I was trying to point out. I think negotiations, it done differently, but the outcome is the same, where it's France is so committed to the line for just that, they're going to be able to flip the turtle.
Although it's hard if you're England to think about doing that when there's still a Russian fleet north coast. I mean, you got to get rid of that guy before you can really be safe going after France, I think.
I think they might get rid of it for you, to be honest.
In winter of 1904, we say farewell to Quasi. Thank you for playing. And we've got a 2-center Russia, 5-center Germany, 6-center England, and then a 3-way tie between the remaining players for the top at 7. With that, we'll say, who do you like? Andrew, go to you first.
It's hard to pick someone besides Turkey here. But I think I might pick England. I think it's going to end up as some kind of like a maybe 3-way top between England, Austria, Turkey. Certainly, I believe the people on this board are capable of negotiating equal shares of the result. And there's just dots that no one else can get to in Belgium, Holland. I understand Belgium's French, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's going to be French forever, to be honest. And I think I think Russia's going to either pull. I think St. Petersburg is gone. They're either going to keep Baltic Silesia and just hammer Berlin, or they're going to do just 2 armies and try to make life miserable for the people that killed them. But
yeah, I was going to say let me cheat. Let me cheat and see what the Russians remove, and then I'll tell you who I think is going to win. It is hard to pick against Michalis Comarides in any position in which he's not already dead. So I am going to pick him under the theory that he comes up with some way to not do better than Ian's Turkey. We'll see.
All right. I appreciate that pick. I would have a hard time disagreeing with it. What does that look like?
It looks like getting Warsaw, getting something else, and then jumping on Turkey at the right time, I think, is what it would involve. Maybe getting stuff in Germany as well, or instead of. I mean, any scenario for an AT where Austria gets up bigger is always a difficult scenario, but it does happen.
I don't know what the scoring system incentivizes, but I certainly believe Michalis is a good enough player to focal this board, leaving France in Portugal.
Winter of 1904, we get a couple of adjustments. I'll let you take a look at those real quick, David.
Andrew, that is good for your pick. That the Russians have lost both of their fleets, and now England has much more flexibility to do what it wants to do.
Smooth
Now,
sailing.
that is a big change. All right, so England gets in position to try to take a shot at St. Pete at the appropriate time. McCallus decides that his way forward is to go and try to do some kind of Munich action. I am assuming that Bulgaria is arranged. A long-term AT that does not result in a stab means that Austria has to actually have a guy in Bulgaria. That's how you have a long-term AT, because that means, if I'm talking about an army, because that allows for a good stable border with the Turks putting a fleet and having a fleet in Greece. So there's nothing wrong with that from an AT point of view if that's arranged. Otherwise, they're moving to the line. France is trying to move to the line. England's trying to get in there and get German centers. Everything you would expect to happen right now, but in an EF versus an AT race. Fall turn. We've basically got stasis on the boot unless somebody does something different. Munich does fall to McCallus. Germans are basically out here. Yeah, in fact, they just left Warsaw to be out entirely. So good game, Ryan. England putting their armies in position the best they can in Finland and Norway. So this is just literally rushing to the line. The only area of uncertainty would be exactly what happens within Germany now with all these units where they are. You would sort of maybe want the English to have an army in Germany somewhere instead of where they have them, but it is what it is. Like I might have considered convoying to Kiel there instead of doing the Norway switcheroo. I mean, I know it puts 3 on St. Pete, but they're always eventually going to get St. Pete. That's the way the map is drawn. So you don't need to worry about when that happens.
We say farewell to Ryan Feathers in Germany. Tough turn, unfortunately. The rest of the board decided it was time for Germany to go as we move into spring of 1906.
I'm gonna say that's a lot of armies close together for an AT line. So I'm kind of a little bit surprised by Ankara. I just figured that putting it on their fleet is fine, given the trust that's been built here. I would have said a fleet with armies in Trieste and Vienna. I think Vienna, Budapest with Army Ankara is also a very reasonable balance. And I think it's probably just it's something where you want to move to Sebastopol and discourage that, end of the game stab that could be so well and cleanly executed. Taking back Piedmont doesn't really matter. They're not shuffling fleets up the boots. Like, they're not actually going to play a gumbo game that goes for 40 years. It mostly looks like just sorting things out. And so that makes me very curious if Darcy's going to be able to sneak out a part of that board top instead of England. I do still think England maybe should have thought about stabbing them, because I think that's where the play was. However, we like alliances, reward reliability, right? Don't throw away all your chips. Certainly could turn into something where AT is 13-13 and you're on 2, because they let France just take you out as revenge. So it's, nothing is guaranteed here.
Yeah, this is just moving to the line. We'll see if we've got any more play left in this game after that happens.
I want to call out 2 things that I like here, both related to Munich and Berlin to Kiel. Teague, great job finding a way to stay in this game. Always love finding players who want to stay active, stay engaged. And McCallus, like so many times you get into this position in these games, you get near the line, things lock up, those 1 center powers, those 2 center powers, whichever player is able to win them over, that can make the difference in whether or not someone can get across and keep things moving. So I don't know if that's going to last, but I really like that play for both of those players.
Respectfully, he's going to die for moving to Kiel.
Yeah.
It's not part of the line. It's but thank you for playing. It's absolutely play to
Yeah.
your last stop. Play to everything gets taken out from underneath you. You know.
I find Ruhr and Burgundy just sort of holding there to be interesting, as opposed to taking a shot at Munich. I just find that interesting.
Yeah,
I don't
it
think
could be a
that was
little too much
necessary.
respect. You
Yeah, I
know,
don't
it
think
could be
that
a
was
little too
necessary.
much. Like, it's guaranteed. Why bother? Game will wrap up. I'm not getting another
I mean,
sector. I'm
slow
not
it
getting
down. Yeah,
fuel.
slow it down. There's no reason not to slow it down some, and hope that something changes. You know, like some kind of stab by the Turks or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, one of 1906. We've got Vinegar Syndrome putting down an army in London, and it looks like a wave from Ian.
I wonder if we're getting ready to see a draw here.
It would be a little bit early for a VDL game, but it's quite possible. You've got two players that have had a solid alliance throughout. Yeah, you're right. There you go.
Because it didn't look to me like that either alliance was going to break. And this in an early VDL game, they're probably okay with the shared top. It's kind of a solid-ish result early in the season.
Yeah.
But that's just good alliance play. This is how ATs can work. People say they can't work. That's not true. It's a dangerous alliance, but it can work.
I mean, we just need to encourage more rats then, right? Like, that's how we got here.
If that was ever a true rat.
That's fair.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring McCallus back on. McCallus, thank you for letting us cover that game. What went through your head? Why did you decide to draw there?
Neither me nor Ian had a stab on each other, really. It was mutually assured destruction. If Ian stabbed me, I hand those dots in Italy to France. If I stab Ian, he hands everything that he'd hand to France in the same regard. Like, France had come into the med so early that it sort of locked us up. And we were hoping that England had flexibility, so we were hoping England would use that flexibility to break the game open, like Andrew was saying. If England had gone after Darcy, by all means, there was a lot of play in that game, because then the mutually assured destruction sort of no longer applies between me and Ian. At that stage, maybe we stick together, maybe we don't. But England chose not to take the stab and to just go to the line and play for the draw. There was actually a draw vote a year before that as well, but England vetoed just to take St. Petersburg. But beyond that, yeah, it was a kind of frustrating game. It felt like there should have been a lot more play in it, and then we just got to that stage and there wasn't any play in it because three of us were locked in position and the other one didn't want to move.
When it felt like that, everybody ganging up on Germany, like it went to the line unexpectedly fast for me. I did not expect, and I was expecting that outcome. I was not expecting it as quickly.
Yeah.
When the two Russian fleets got pulled, I think we all thought, well, that gives England at least some ability to be flexible. But, you know, if you don't want to stab your ally, then that's fine too. It's okay to play that way if that's the way you want to play. It meant that there was no real chance of getting to a board top or even a shared board top in this situation, because y'all just had a better position as the AT there.
Yeah, we were, like, me and Ian, between us, we did some pretty nice tactics. Ian, like, takes credit, I think, for the Berlin to Kiel thing. And, like, AT shouldn't really win a race to the line against EF, but EF dithered a lot on the killing of Germany for a few years and let us get there first, which, great for us, I guess.
All right. Well, it is time for our feature league. So before we do that, thanks again to those of you who are in Dip Chat joining us, and for everybody for watching. If you are enjoying the stream, we do ask that you give it a thumbs up, like the broadcast, subscribe to the channel, put in a comment. All those things will help all of us, or will help YouTube promote the channel. There's what I was looking for. And if I'm going to go ahead and transition us over to our feature league for tonight, the 7 Years War. For those of you that are joining late after the broadcast started, we've got 3 games tonight from this league. This is a European-based league primarily, and we're covering 3 games in 3 different languages. We're going to have a game that was played in Greek, a game that was played in Norwegian, and a game played in German. So I'm really excited. Anytime you get a language-focused league, as we've seen over the years covering all of this, you get some fun little meta quirks. And that's one of my favorite things about this is different people play the game different ways. They get used to, you'll see this with club play too. Like you get a group of players who play consistently over and over, and then they go to a new place and they don't play the same way. They don't think about things the same way. So anytime we get to cover something like this, it's really exciting because you get to see some players who may be approaching the game a little bit differently, and forces us as analysts who have covered hundreds of games at this point to kind of pause and step back and question the things that we think that we know. So really excited for this one. We are going to say goodnight to Andrew at this point, though. Thank you so much for joining us, and hope that you were able to go save the world or make it healthy or whatever it is you're up to. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm quitting one board game for another.
Right.
Real professional of me.
Good to see you, Pixie. Glad to share the screen with you.
Always fun.
Always.
All right, with that, it will be the 3 of us for the rest of the night, and I believe that we are going to put McCallus on as primary for this one. I suspect that these are primarily new players for all of us, so we can just look through these names. McCallus, if you'll read them out, and this will be our first game in Greek.
Oh, it would be far more fun if we made David do all these.
I knew that you were going to say that, man. I'm so glad that you're doing these names instead of me.
All right. In Austria, we have Teo Ananiadis. My Greek is so rusty that this is very embarrassing for me.
No, this is awesome. This is awesome.
Yeah.
We need to do this more often.
Yeah, okay. England, we have Nicola Germanikos. France, we have Yanis Stam. Germany, Josh Powell. I can get that one. That's not quite so Greek. Italy, Babis Simoris. Russia, Nick Damilakis. And Turkey, we have the host of World DipCon next year in Athens. Go there. Spiros Novas.
And I will say, learn these names because there's really good odds when you do join everyone at WDC next year. You will see some of these players. So yeah, let's go to our very first game in the Greek language that we have covered on League Night. Spring of 1901. McCallus, take it away.
All right. Well, as you said before, you see things that are different in different places. And I don't remember the last time I saw Berlin to Prussia as an opening in spring of 01, but that's what we see here. Cool. Interesting. England sends Liverpool to Wales as a if France opens the channel, you're not getting London thing. And other than that, not too much happening. And with the French moves, Munich goes up to Kiel because that's what you do if Berlin hasn't gone there. And in the East, we see Trieste to Adriatic Sea, Blue Water Lepanto. I know that that's a nice old-fashioned term that I'm sure David will remember. Maybe that's what we're going to see there. Russia goes to Galicia, goes to Romania, goes to Ukraine, and Turkey gets straight into Black Sea, presumably breaking a DMZ. Cool.
Yeah, this is totally awesome. Totally awesome.
All right. All right. What we see here in full is a West that has turned fairly standard. France gets the free builds. England gets Holland. Maybe not quite
standard. This is standard for you? Okay.
So it's less unusual than the East, we'll put it that way. So there's a bounce in Sweden, which again is something that we don't see a lot nowadays in our meta, but in other metas is still very much alive. And makes sense when you've opened to Prussia, right? And if you've opened to Prussia and are going anti-Russia, you probably do want about Sweden. So fair enough. Venice falls to the Austrian fleet because, of course, Italy attempts to Lepanto without covering Venice and won't get a build. Turkey gets 2 builds. One of them is Bulgaria East Coast. So for the second game tonight, we see a fleet Bulgaria East Coast, where you can sometimes go months without seeing that as a thing. So yeah, fun, great. The fact they've backed out of Black Sea, didn't convoy in, maybe this is some sort of pitch to do a juggernaut. Who knows? A juggernaut where there's fleets in Rum and Bull.
Yeah, that may not be the fastest moving juggernaut I've ever seen, but diplomatic things are diplomatic things. Maybe that's what's going on here with Spiros. I did want to make one comment about seeing things that we're not used to seeing because metas are different in different parts of the world. That when I first started playing the game, that happened all the time because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have YouTube, we didn't have the ability to create larger scale metas, and every little group had their own metas. So the fact that we are seeing this now is making me nostalgic for 1986 all over again. But it is also fun to see how different people do different things. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's see if we can learn from it and have fun with it.
David, they have telephones?
They did, but they went.
Telephones? I thought they started with telegraphs in your days, right?
Now, we had progressed a little bit by then.
It's not that old. Come on. Winner of 1901, we've got second 3-build France of the night. That's always fun. Take a quick look at that, and we'll move into spring of 1902. David.
Yeah, if you're going to build 3, I'm not sure that the Army Brest does for you, but it is what it is. All right, so the French move their units to the south. Lots of other holds, which is my favorite order in all of diplomacy, is holds, and we're seeing a number of H's there in the west. We are seeing EG cooperation on Sweden. That must be telling us something. Germany really has gone the anti-Russian way. You know, they're in Silesia and Prussia. If you're going to do one, you might as well do the other. In the south, what do we have here? Of course, the Italians, not liking the fact that something has happened here, they go to North Africa because that's what you do so that you can't even convoy it out. You go to North Africa to defend it against the Berber invasion. Spiros, after having left the Black Sea, of course, we didn't say this, but he built an Ankara, right? And then he goes to the Black Sea. So this is not RT cooperation, although Russia doesn't do anything about it, like going to the Black. I guess they didn't. They probably felt like they couldn't, but they're just under siege here. It looks like by the Turks and the Germans and the English.
Yeah, this is lining up quite nicely for an AT. It's sort of not that dissimilar a position to the one that I had in my game with Ian just now. You can quite easily see Romania falling here and AT sort of rolling in that direction. They've already got the jump on Italy, who is sort of horribly out of position and can be punished by the AT. The problem is Bulgaria East Coast is quite an awkward thing that you'd rather was able to follow into the med.
Well, you can always convoy through. No, they didn't do that. They're switching their units around. So this is still sort of an RT-ish kind of thing, where the units are being switched around into something a little more usable for progress against the Austrians, or at least the Turkish units being flipped around. Wait a minute. So Black Sea, I see. Black Sea was supporting Romania, but Romania moved? Is that why?
Yep.
Yes, they did. So that's why the Austrians took Romania. That's probably not what Spiros had in mind. One thing you can do as the Russians is convoy to Finland here, maybe to try to sort of give up on Germany and redirect against the English. I mean, Germany didn't even take a shot at Warsaw. They just held and supported. Interesting. So it's a little bit of a slow-moving game would be a way to put this. It's a slow-moving game on both sides.
Slow-moving, but very interesting. There's some interesting implications with some of these moves and non-moves that we're seeing here. I feel like you can kind of see the diplomacy taking place in some of these orders as we're watching them.
Well, the French slowness could just be not being experienced, like they didn't need to support themselves to west. They could have just gone to Turanian there and Western, or it could be intentional slowness. I mean, we don't know.
Yeah, and also this game was sort of normalized quite a lot. It's sort of a Western triple where Germany doesn't have Holland, which we've all seen German janissaries after an early attack before, so that's not that outrageous to see. And the East, aside from Fleet Venice, is a pretty normal looking position for what has gone on in this game. So the sort of wild first year has begun correcting itself, and it looks like maybe there was an RT, maybe there wasn't. It does look like there's a sort of EF with a German janissary that's the main alliance on this board right now. And hey, that's always good for an EF. If you've got it's one thing to kill the third power in the west quickly, but if you get that third power in the west moving all of their units in the other direction, even better.
Yeah, it's interesting to build an army when you've already got an army in London not doing anything. I mean, there's a lot of inefficiency here, but again, it could be inexperience. It could be people intentionally playing slowly. You know, we should say that this may be a completely different meta than in other parts of Europe, but in some parts of Europe, playing aggressively and doing early commitment is absolutely frowned on. So we'll just have to see how this goes.
That's a good reminder.
In a convoy to Norway and force Finland and get the armies towards St. Petersburg.
It's a good reminder, David. This is a C-Diplo variant for the scoring system, and the games will either end by draw, solo, or 1907 is the year limit.
And the bonus points are a fair number of points for topping the board, a decent number of points for coming in second, and some points for coming in third. That's how C-Diplo works. And unlike many other systems, once you get to a certain level of centers, and I forgot now whether it's 6 or 7, getting more centers beyond that doesn't give you as many points as you might think. It's really much more of a place-oriented than a centers-oriented system.
Yeah, it's very inverse to what we just had in San Francisco, where centers sort of were king. In this, centers are very, maybe not irrelevant, but they are far less valuable than they are.
They're like a second son prince.
Yeah.
Instead of being the king, they're like this Harry or somebody. They're not the king. They're like second or third in line to the succession of the throne. It's about where centers are in the system.
All right. So in spring of 03, we see more Western triple-ish moves. Doesn't force Finland, doesn't convoy to Norway, just goes to North Sea. So this could be England sort of lining up a stab on Germany, having look, hey, I tried to do something. I tried to get into those centers.
That's like an anti-Western triple move is what they just did, I think.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. England stabbing in a Western triple sounds like a Western triple to me, David.
That's true. That's totally true.
But beyond that, we see, France pushing into the Med with all of their units, convoys to North Africa. We're getting a lot of convoys in this game. I think that's what we can say so far. Greek language, they love a good convoy. And we see another one there. Germany goes down to Bohemia with their army. And whatever that squabble over Romania was, there's no attempt to give it back to Russia now. It's just sort of Turkey pulling 2 fleets out, Italy continuing to frustrate Austria's attempts to bring their fleet out. But Austria is now in Tuscany and does at least force Italy to cover Rome.
Don't Greeks like to sail the wine dark sea? I'm trying to remember that quote. But they've got another attempted convoy to Tuscany. Look at that. And it would have worked if they'd have supported it.
It would. Didn't quite all work out how they expected, but England takes Belgium via convoy.
Speaking of convoys,
which might not be a stab because France is building. Oh, well, France is even taking Tunis. Taking Tunis with the army, which is not something you see too often. Makes it a bit harder to push a follow-up, although there is only one enemy fleet next to Tyrrhenian Sea, so maybe not that hard.
Maybe they took it with the army so they would be able to come back to the mid-Atlantic if something like this happened.
Yeah, or maybe it's the army can convoy to Tuscany from Tunis because we got to keep the convoys going. Other than that, Romania does fall this turn. It falls to Turkey rather than to Russia, though, so Russia has pitched in with Spiros, and it's a great turn for Spiros. Gets Serbia, gets Romania, gets Ionian Sea. That's all you can want as Turkey. What a turn for them.
Well, it's kind of a well-known saying that if there is a Western triple, or at least a lot of Western penetration into the East early, that's good for Turkey also typically.
Yeah, 7 centers and the Ionian Sea at the end of 1903. Chef's kiss. Love it.
Yeah, and there's not even a enemy fleet really next to Ionian except for Adriatic.
And the Russian fleet's gone now as well.
Yes. All right. What else is happening? The Germans are helping the Austrians into Galicia because apparently nobody likes the Russians at all. Italians finally take Venice back and kill that pesky Austrian fleet. I'm sure that makes the Italians feel very good. What makes them feel less good is that the French are still pushing into training because, as you pointed out, McCallus, maybe the English move to Belgium wasn't a stab. If it was, either England didn't order their units here to follow up, or they decided to hold as some kind of diplomatic play. I'm going to assume after you build Flint Liverpool and you don't do anything that you just didn't get your orders in on time, which is entirely possible.
Maybe it was negotiated out. You see, France has pushed the fleets forward. So maybe at the start of the turn, England was planning the stab, and France, by whatever means, managed to convince them not to take it and said, hey, you can probably take Brest later, but just let me get some dots in Italy first. In this scoring system, that's a pretty reasonable pitch, actually. So I could imagine that might have been a conversation that happened.
It must have been on purpose because the only thing they did here was move Liverpool without moving the other units. So you're right, that must have been on purpose. But we talked earlier about whether, is this intentionally slow play or is it sort of slow play from being inexperienced? Who knows? But sometimes slow and steady can still win the race because you've still got, France, of course, getting into Tuscany here. He did try to convoy Tunis to Naples, didn't he?
He did, and by the looks of it, Spiros tried to convoy Naples to Tunis as well. So we have a convoy brace.
A convoy. I don't think I've ever quite seen that.
That's a new one on me.
All right, Austria does take Romania.
Yep. Setback for Spiros there. Guessed wrong on which one to defend.
Yep.
All right,
taking Naples, he's still in okay position, I think.
We can just all go home now. That's the best thing we're going to see all night.
Well, the best thing for England that he's seeing all night is that he's already in Moscow in fall of 1904. That's pretty good for EG cooperation here.
Yeah,
but he doesn't follow into St. Petersburg. So Germany loses Warsaw, and England doesn't stab Germany, doesn't walk to Denmark. Again, this is a very strange move. I don't get why Finland doesn't follow up there.
He's got to deal with the Russians.
But a deal with the Russians is anti-German. If you've got to deal with the Russians, why are you not taking Denmark, right?
I mean, Finland is Sweden. Maybe, yeah, you're right. Maybe he's trying to make it look like he's not, but he's fixing to.
Yeah, I feel like the devil on that shoulder is just getting louder and louder and louder and louder. That I would have a really hard time in this position of next year not trying for Denmark and swinging down all those units that have been sitting there. Oh, I'm not doing anything. No, I think England's about to come.
He's got to do something. He can go either way here.
Why not both?
Both is what I think. So we'll see.
Oh look, Germany's pulled the fleet.
Wait a minute.
Definitely do.
Army
both.
Liverpool is built in this situation. Okay, I refuse to make any further predictions about this game because I have no idea what's happening.
As it should be, David. Like the Army Liverpool was the obvious build there.
Wow.
It's so that you can convoy it to Tunis, or hey, no, you can convoy it to Rome. Wales to Rome. That's what's going to happen here. So England's in mid-Atlantic.
I mean, it's not completely impossible. You're right. That is possible. Possibly what's getting ready to happen here.
Yeah, that's right there on the board.
The English love to visit Rome. So,
and we know these players love a convoy. We see another one here. It's Naples convoys to Albania. Yeah, fun stuff happening in the east. It's not going quite so well for Russia. No convoy to Rome. lack of imagination.
But essentially the same concept with England going into the Mediterranean instead of like taking Portugal or something. Spiros, what has he got here? He's got Romania, and he takes Serbia back.
Yeah, Spiros is solidifying his position. We say goodbye to Italy, who loses Trieste, Venice, and Rome. That's unfortunate. England does now take St. Petersburg at the expense of Moscow. This year where England hasn't done anything has definitely given Spiros and also France a real route back into this game. Either of them could now top, because England's chance to stab France is kind of gone.
It's gone with the +2 there.
Yeah, the time to do that was when all of their units were left of Iberia, and you had everything else sitting right behind it.
But the holds. I mean, obviously, I don't like hold orders, but in that particular situation, I really didn't understand what the theory was. That could have been inexperience, not knowing exactly the most efficient way to use your units, which is fine. We've all been there.
On the upside, though, I will say it does show great restraint and willingness to stick with an alliance. The players do seem to be coordinating still, so maybe it will last.
England's doing an incredible job diplomatically. Like, they got France to agree to them having the big stab on them, to not be worried by Fleet Liverpool, to let them send a fleet through mid-Atlantic. They got Germany to be happy with them in North Sea and Holland, so happy with them that Germany pulled their only fleet off the board. Like, England's diplomatic game has been
just built an army, and Germany just built an army, and the French did not build any fleets. So maybe England knows exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
This is me. So convoys that army to Norway. Liverpool to Irish is totally fine. See, the last fleet just went into the Western Med to hold. So there's no threatening situation here at all. You might as well go ahead and support yourself to Tyrolia. Go into Piedmont and just get your armies as far away from me as possible. It's totally safe to do that. Spiros is really just sort of holding his position, probably without anything else to do. Spiros doesn't have any allies here at this point. He's just sort of on his own. So the real question is does this EF friendship, does this German sort of junior partner status to the EF continue? That's really the question here. Western Med doing nothing here it really is an interesting move. I mean, you're not even helping the French do anything. Well, you're helping yourself to Spain. I guess that's a thing you can do. So France must have assumed something was happening here. Something happened that England was supposed to do, and they didn't do it. So you've got Piedmont coming back to Marseille, Paris coming back to Brest. But again, England holding in Belgium, holding in Holland, holding in North Sea. Again, that's not really how you attack the French. You attack the French by going to mid-Atlantic, English Channel, Burgundy or Picardy 1. That's what you really do.
There's even a world this is by agreement, and France is getting Naples. Hey, I need a build. I'm England. Of course I need a build. I need a build to deal with all the threats I'm facing. And
I guess, although Piedmont to Marseille is the one that makes me really wonder, because there's not any reason for that except defensive, which again is fine. There's nothing wrong with being defensive. But England plus
the
2
Mediterranean Sea does suggest that France still wanted to go east. So who knows?
Well,
Spiros has lost his chance. He just doesn't have any friends. Now, if there's getting ready to be a stab here, then maybe he can come back, but that's what it's going to take. But that stab is also just going to put England way ahead if that's what's getting ready to happen.
So likely the final year. Anybody besides England have a good shot at this?
No. England's got centers in the bag here. I know they could only take Portugal and lose Spain. I get that, but they're going to take Denmark. They're probably going to take Kiel.
If France and Turkey don't want England to top for whatever reason, they could help the other through Austrian dots, but it's a big if.
Yeah, that would involve coordination they haven't been doing up to now, and they do it, or they try to do it.
I mean, Spiros is making his play for the dots, and England hasn't that's not the most convincing of stabs on France. They're going to get Brest of having convoy to Picardy. They're keeping up this. I think there's definitely been an average of one convoy per turn somewhere on this board. So good to see that going right to the last. They might get Portugal, but they'll probably lose Spain if they do. So yeah, it's +1 for England. Spiros gets Budapest. Might be able to get Trieste. Maybe if somehow things went incredibly well, could take Sevastopol. It's not completely out of the question. Spiros gets to 10, but England will be on more than 10.
Yeah, there was no. This is the 1907 game. There was no question England was going to be the topper about 2 years ago.
And England can top by even more if France does Marseille to Gascony, and just walks out of that one for a nice extra bonus dot for England. Also
walks out of Munich. Yeah, walks out of Munich too. I mean, this is the interesting. England's almost got this by default. You know, there really wasn't any competition, and that was, as you pointed out earlier, because it was diplomatic. It wasn't because they were the most efficient moves in the world. It's just a totally diplomatic win, and nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and if that game continues, that's very soloable for England. But of course, you play differently if it's not a 1907 game.
Right.
But yeah, that sort of position definitely could have gone very, very high in a 1910, 1911 game.
Well, congratulations to Nicholas. And I really, I loved that game. That was so much fun. And I'm so happy and excited to see a growing hobby in Greece. And Spiros, I know, has done a big part of that. But thank you to all those players. Michalis, David, I'm going to see if I restart Dipcast, if I can get the player names to show up during the stream. Once again, Brandon showing why he's so good at doing this behind the scenes. I entered this in and did something incorrect again. So thank you. Shout out to Brandon Fogel, who programmed Dipcast and often does a lot of work behind the scenes to load these games into the software for us. But yeah, Michalis, David, just talk through that, and then I'll be right back with this.
I really want to complain first. I want to complain first that he was saying good things about Brandon Fogel. This stream was going so well.
I was going to say, like, this is entirely Brandon's fault that those names weren't there. Like, I don't see Brandon here, like, justifying anything. This is entirely on him.
Yeah, I know this is not what Brian wanted from us. So let me just say that game was certainly interesting. I suspect there was some play that was because people were relatively inexperienced. Nothing wrong with that. But, you know, when I first started playing the game, all of us were inexperienced. All of us that were playing together as a friend group were all inexperienced. We were all making sort of less than optimal moves, but somebody had to win the game, and it was usually because of diplomacy, of figuring out the best way to negotiate. So I'm sure that's what happened here with Nicola.
Absolutely. Like, it takes a while to get to grips with this game tactically, and it's quite understandable to make mistakes when you're new, but there was some really good diplomatic play in that. I think that, yeah, England in particular just took a diplomatic hold of this game, and that's whatever level you're playing at, that's impressive. Like, if you can dominate a game diplomatically, you're putting yourself in a great chance of winning that game, whether your tactics are spot on or not. So yeah, great job. And a lot of fun play. France did very well to come back from a position where it looked like they should have been stabbed and got nothing, and instead got a decent enough second place. And Spiros did a pretty good job as Turkey, but couldn't get that ally the way England could, and that was the big difference between them at the end.
Yeah, Spiros, you know, they had an ally in the Russians, but the Russians were sort of losing out. So what do you do in that situation? And sometimes as Turkey, you can get a little bit stuck in the corner and not know exactly how to proceed. Austria was apparently not a decent ally. The only chance that Spiros had was to cut some deal with the French, divide up the spoils between them, and have the French go back and face England. That was probably what he was pitching to France, unsuccessfully. But that would have been his only path forward, as far as I can tell.
Well, speaking of no one really knowing what they were doing, I am really excited. We've got a couple of local players at the CODCON tournament going on right now in outside of Chicago, and they are playing the new Diplomacy Era of Empire. So I pre-ordered that game. Really excited to try that out, to have a whole new set of orders and moves and scenarios, small little tweaks to the mechanics that we've never seen before, and we'll be discovering brand new stuff. And it'll be interesting to see this time if the game picks up engagement from the hobby overall, and if it does, we'll all be learning together in the age of the internet, which will be very different than when we were all learning diplomacy originally. So really excited about that. All right, so let's bring up 7 Years War, and let me switch over to our players. Next up, we are going to our Dutch game. This was, I believe, they played.
No, we're not. No, we're not, Brian.
Nope, we're not.
That's not Dutch.
I'm sorry. I see. This is the American in me coming out. Right
It's Dutch in the way that Pennsylvania Dutch.
Yeah,
meant German. That's what that means.
I meant German. All right, so second German game, and let's proceed. David, I'm going to have you as the lead analyst for this one.
All right, we've got Austria being played by Marvin, England, Robin Ulke, France, Tristan Gallas, Germany, Christian Holtes, Italy, we've seen Astronaut already. We're seeing Astronaut here as Italy. Simon Wiesendrup is playing Russia. And we interviewed him on Deadline last summer. I believe he might have won the youth championship. I'm trying to remember exactly. And then Turkey being played by Jeremy. These are players mostly new to us, and that's awesome for the same reasons that it was awesome with the Greek game.
Simon is a previous champion of the 7 Years War. I can't remember if he's won it twice or just once, but definitely won it the first time around and made the top board last year.
I think they've only had one 7 Years War season, so he may be the only winner so far of 7 Years War.
All right, spring 1901, David.
Okay, looking at the openings here, the three-way bounce in Tyrolia has to jump out at one when one is looking at this board, but also another DMZ in Galicia. Gosh, we've seen that a lot already. And again, not an unheard of situation, but a less normal opening. The only other thing I would mention would be the Italian army going to Naples is unusual, but not unheard of.
Yeah, that's a move I've done before if I haven't played Italy for a while, and I've remembered that you go down to Convoy and then forgotten that you usually do it from Apulia rather than Naples. 99% of the time, it makes no difference anyway. And
it's true.
Yeah. Could just be some rust.
I tell you what, Christian really does want to be in Tyrolia, and he gets there in the fall turn. The French move, this is what you do in a Western Triple if you're the French. You go ahead and go to the Western Mid. Now, and sometimes this is how you do England. You give England Belgium with a fleet. It's not as normal with Western Triple, but that is a thing. If the Germans going to Tyrolia and the French going to Western Mid, this is Western Triple alert territory.
And the bounce in Sweden.
And the bounce of Sweden, right. In the East, I guess the only thing of tremendous note is that Russia is taking Romania with the fleet. And moving to Livonia there instead of St. Pete is probably because Simon wants to build in St. Pete if he can.
Yeah, are we sure this is a German game and not an Australian game? Like this is very Western Tripoli.
It really is. 2 builds for each of the Western powers.
Only thing that I would say is not textbook Western Triple is the double fleets from England.
Kind of what you need when you don't have any fleets in Norwegian or North, though, right?
Yeah, that's the way he's going to pitch it anyway. And all these moves are still Western Tripoli moves, aren't they, McCallus?
Yep. So what we see here in spring, we see Western Triple going to North Africa, Leone, We see the East responding with probably an Eastern quadruple at this stage, with Austria to Tyrolia, trying to get to Bohemia, Russia going to Silesia, Prussia. We're seeing this is a good example of why people don't love to be Germany in a Western triple, in that on the one hand, you're vulnerable to being stabbed, and on the other, if the East responds quickly enough, you don't get anything either. So Germany, they've got into Sweden. They've got big problems and will probably lose Berlin for their trouble. So yeah, not a great turn for Germany. France is sort of doing what they want at this stage, and it remains to be seen what Turkey does. That's the big question mark whenever there's this sort of Eastern collaboration. There wasn't an air that killed Turkey quickly, so how long can they keep Turkey on side? And if Turkey stabs, who do they stab? Just one person? All of them? Anywhere in between? All of those things are viable for Turkey.
I have one question for each of you. Mikalis, I'll go to you first. If you are in the West and you are Germany, I'm making an assumption that Germany is probably demanding Belgium or something along those lines. Let's say in a hypothetical world where that's happening, if you are England and France, do you want that? Or do you decide, nope, we don't need time to cut our losses?
I think Germany's already outlived their use. I think you support yourself to Holland or convoy. Yeah, no, you just convoy to Holland, right? Yeah. Yeah. Like
I don't think there's any real choice.
Yeah.
All right. And David, I'm going to say for you, if you are Turkey, do you destabilize if everybody's going up against the line?
Well, you do have to at some point, because Germany's probably getting ready to get cut out, which means it's not going to be a Western triple. You're going to have to come up with what the next chapter of the book is, because the Eastern quadruple versus Western triple chapter is about to end. So what's the next chapter? It's probably try to work with Austria here, maybe. I mean, there's all sorts of diplomatic possibilities. If you get into Ionian, then maybe you come up with a different plan, or maybe you work with Austria anyway. I mean, you have to come up with some plan. What you don't want is the quadruple to turn into an air and then them try to come back and kill you, which is it's a possibility, although the Russians are really not set up to help do that. Which is why I'm saying the Russians would be the one that would be precarious here, maybe as somebody that you would attack if you're AT.
I think if I'm Turkey, it's a choice. Like either Russia or Italy is who I go after, and you want them to be the one that gets ground out. England looks bigger than France, so I'd probably be more inclined to go for Italy. I think that you might want Russia to be that counterweight to England at this stage in the north, whereas if you go after Russia, there's no counterweight to England taking the German and Russian and Scandinavian dots. So, yeah, I quite like the attack on Italy, actually, force Ionian and then collaborate with France, get them Tunis while you get Naples, that sort of thing.
All right. Well,
I mean, going to Ionian might even be something that you're pitching as part of the deal, because the Italians need to go to Tuscany or something like that. Well, I guess we see what happens here.
Yes, so what we do see is Turkey does go to the Ionian Sea, whether by agreement or not. I don't think it spells good things for Italy. Italy is the one that's now surrounded, and it's probably going to go the same way that Germany went. Germany is stabbed by England, takes Holland, takes Sweden with Russian support. Russia also gets Berlin. Very nice. Russia throwing with England is dangerous, though, because what I said before about Russia being useful if they're counterbalancing England, that doesn't apply if they're not actually counterbalancing England. So slightly dangerous, tightrope for Russia to walk here. But Simon's a good player, and I'm sure they can pull it off.
Well, you're trying to build enough trust to get the English to use their +2 to go after France here, is what you're trying to do. Not sure.
And you got Austria to move the units in the other direction as well, which is good.
All right, so England is continuing their invasion here by taking Kiel and Denmark, and Russia is helping by hitting Baltic. So Russia certainly hopes. I mean, they did get the Norway fleet to go to Skagerrak. That's what you're looking for if you're Russia. You're looking for some kind of commitment by the English to not threaten your stuff. So we'll see. In the let's see what's happening here. Romania to Bulgaria. That might be to kill the Russian fleet, possibly. We'll see. They may have stuck together enough to do that. Austrians are into Munich. So maybe the Eastern powers are going to try to stick together here to make some more progress before there's a sorting. But that's good for Turkey, because that means their units are getting in position to do something when they decide they want to get off that train and get on a different train.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey could blow up the Russian fleet here quite easily. They could also just not, just go to Serbia or instead and take Greece as well or something. Go for Naples. Austria takes Venice. There are a lot of ways this East could change.
Well, I think you do want to kill that Russian fleet if you're Turkey, almost under any circumstances.
I do, but the question is which unit you kill it with. So they've done it this way,
and they didn't even kill it. They didn't even kill it. The guy went to Black Sea. Oh man!
This is why I don't leave Greece. I think that in case Russia doesn't pull the fleet, you want that build.
Yeah, he's got his troops way forward now and out of position.
Yeah, now Turkey has sort of become Italy and has become the tip of the spear, and that's not what you want as Turkey. But elsewhere, there is, still EF cooperation.
And ER cooperation, it looks like.
Yeah, England's given up Sweden to Russia. Right. That's great news for Simon. And this might be for Simon saying, hey, give me Sweden, I'll build in Sev and go after Turkey.
That would be my read.
Man, Christian, that was quite a precipitous fall. Sorry. Good game.
Yeah.
That's the second 5-center drop for Germany that we've seen this broadcast. That's wow.
Have we seen anything but EF friendship in this game in tonight? I mean,
it almost feels like a normalization, because the past 6 months or so, we've seen way more EGs than we have historically. Our stats bore that out as well. But this seems to be a return to form for the good old Leviathan.
Yeah, Jeremy is just in terrible straits here.
Yeah, that decision not to stay in Greece hurt a lot. So what we see here is Russia progresses the attack, takes Bulgaria, and gets into Armenia. Austria sends a lot of units east. Turkey might think they're coming to the rescue. I don't think they're coming to the rescue. I think that if Austria takes Romania, it'll be entirely by agreement. And Aegean Sea is the real clue that they aren't actually there to rescue Turkey, right? Italy, they get the stay of execution from this. So they get to not collapse because Austria's pulled back and Turkey is out of position. Turkey somehow finds themselves in 2 French dots. I'm not entirely sure how that's happened. I
am puzzled by North Africa, the move to North Africa. I just don't see the reason for it.
It may well be that Tunis was arranged, but they were expecting Leon to be pulled off the board. Destiny should just cover Spain regardless. Even if you've cut a deal thinking Turkey's with you and isn't going to do anything kooky, you don't risk this. And
well, he might have been leaving Ian Gascony from defensive reasons to make sure there's no English perfidity.
Defense against a potential English versus defense against a very real and already present Turk. I don't know.
Yeah.
So Diplo games historically have tended, not always, but tended towards balance of power. One player gets ahead, other players kind of claw back to bring them back towards the mean. Is there anybody that could even do that to England right now?
Not really. And the last game that we saw was not played in that balance of power fashion. The Greek game was not. And this one doesn't appear to be either.
Russia could. Russia's not out of this. Yes, they're losing Sweden, which is almost certainly by agreement, given what we saw before. But if Russia can get Con and Ank here and an Austrian friend, and then gets Austria to commit against Italy, maybe Russia can sweep in. They should probably be able to get all of the Turkish dots in that scenario. Make a late stab on Austria. It's not out of the question. Their problem is that if France starts collapsing and England gets to walk into French dots, then England is uncatchable.
Wow, that's interesting. So Condabul, they supported
Again.
Condabul. So this is
And
an attempted stab-ish, but you're retreating to Greece, though.
yeah, so it's a -1 dot stab.
Oh my! You know, the forgetting that somebody can retreat into one of your centers is a mistake I have made.
Yeah,
On
that's a
on
Brian
more-
Prable stab right
Yeah,
there.
more than one occasion I have made that mistake. So I'm not being critical, but that is unfortunate. They're also losing Munich.
So they lose Munich because of Russian support, though. So maybe negotiations just broke down, and this was like a lot. They were talking for much of the phase, not expecting to be stabbing. Something went wrong in the conversation between Russia and Austria, and both of them tried to flip it, and Russia just flipped it more effectively. Maybe one got too demanding, was just asking for a bit too much.
Jeremy left Tunis voluntarily to put the Italians in, and the French were fine with that. I can't understand what's happening, except that France is in serious doo-doo also.
Yeah.
Hey, but Turkey's in Portugal. That's always fun.
It's one of those things on somebody's bingo card.
Turkey's in Portugal, and if this is a 1907 game, they'd probably stay there to stop an English solo.
I mean, this game is England's to lose. I mean, I understand they're losing Munich. I understand this cooperation and so forth, but wow, here they come. Convoy to Holland. They're in Burgundy. Convoy to Picardy. It's the night of the convoys. Now, you would stay in Portugal unless you leave Portugal to become the tip of the spear, which is maybe doable. I don't know. Trying to survive.
It may not be. It may be that was just a wrong guess, that they were trying to bounce France out to stop them getting 2 on Portugal.
True. All right. Is Turkey still alive? Well, Turkey actually has Romania. I didn't see that.
All credit to Astronaut. This Italy was dead and buried a year ago, and now they are up to, what's that, 6, 7 centers? Cool. Love it.
And tried to take Greece, I don't know. This is crazy. But England's situation is still pretty good. They're taking Munich back. They are losing Sweden again. It's probably the age-old by consent thing. That's Sweden has changed hands as much as Alsace-Lorraine's changed hands in the history. It looks to me like just you're going back and forth. England's position is still pretty good.
But we have to remember that in this scoring system, there are good points for second place. And this is looking for England to get first, Russia to get second. And now, by the looks of it, Italy to somehow
getting third. That was totally foreseeable.
That was out of something out of nowhere. With Austria's pools, maybe even more.
Austria I thought had a chance to be a player in this game, but they just lost something there. They lost diplomatic focus or something.
The relationship breakdown between Austria and Russia has been really costly for Austria.
All right, can Russia come up with some way to, without fighting England, race England in the next 2 game years to do better than England? It's hard to imagine, but maybe.
Well, the way to do it is to get England to walk all their units away from Berlin so you don't lose Berlin, right? Russia's actually in a pretty good position to hold Berlin and Sweden to the end, which means that England's ability to react to if Russia does make some unexpected gains is much, much smaller now. So Russia's cut a deal with Turkey by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And getting some centers here, the Russians are. All right. They're taking Smyrna and Caen and Serbia and Munich. And putting their fleet back in Sweden and moving their armies in. Zimon! It's almost like you know how to play this game. England has taken Portugal. England has taken Paris. England has taken Vienna. There's a lot of taking. The word take is involved in a lot of my sentences.
This is just your standard 4-build Russia, 3-build England.
How many times have we seen this, McCullis? I mean, it's almost old hat at this point.
Just every game.
It's
England might only be beyond 2 because they are +3 -1 because of Munich. What are you doing?
I'm not doing math. I'm just going to wait for Brian to pull up the pluses and the minuses.
It's the top of the world alliance where England and Russia are antagonists.
Well, with 4 builds, this is Simon's time.
You think?
I mean, he's going to take Norway, if he wants to. I mean, this is wow. That's all I've got to say. All I've got to say is wow.
There's 1 year left in this game. Norway, Kiel, Romania, Greece, Budapest. I don't know, depending what comes off of this board, it's not out of the question Russia could solo in a 1907 game right here if England makes the wrong moves and wrong guesses.
What are you putting down to get that solo, McCullis?
We've only got 1 year, so St. Petersburg, it doesn't really matter. You may as well build an army. Sevastopol is an army because, again, you've only got 1 year. You've got to hope that Armenia comes off the board if you're going to solo. If Armenia's still there, it actually ties up a horrible amount of your units. So that's one disband you're really looking for. Yeah, it's more what the disbands are than what your builds are that decide whether there's a chance of a solo.
I think the real question is there a chance that England doesn't lose out the board top? I mean, I'm just not sure how that happened. Obviously, they can take Spain and stuff like that, but
Spain and Marseille are both guaranteed. Vienna is really hard to hold.
Yeah, it's hard to see the Austrians not taking that back.
Yeah.
All right, spring 1907, last year of the game. Question is, who will top spring of 1907?
I think it's Simon, but we'll see here.
Yeah, I think it would be a miracle if Russia didn't top at this point.
Now they're taking Romania.
They're not soloing.
No, they're not soloing, but they're taking Romania. They're taking Kiel. They're moving in position. They're taking Norway, moving in position to take Denmark is what I meant to say. England moves into Marseille without any fighting. So Italy just leaves. I guess Italy's throwing these dots without any fight to the English.
So maybe Italy is gratitude for England working with them and giving them a lifeline, is saying, I'll help you top, because they support England into Munich. The thing is, I think Denmark shouldn't fall because Russia needs to use both units to defend Norway now. But that's
well, there's still some guessing here. Yeah, there's still guessing.
And Munich is not entirely holdable. It requires a lot of units to hold that might not be doing that, especially if you can convince Austria to tap Tyrolia or something, because then, hey, Austria, you're probably going to die anyway, so if you tap Tyrolia, you can help me instead of England. Maybe Austria could be amenable to that. I don't know.
Austria is probably just trying to hold Budapest, right? Trying to get the English to hold Budapest for you. I don't know. All right, so the Russians do take Vienna. The Russians take Munich back.
Austria helps them.
Yep.
Yeah, diplomatically, it's second year in a row we've seen the diplomacy decide it.
Italy's trying to throw enough dots to England to help. He's convoying the English to Rome. He's doing his best.
I don't think it's enough, though, right?
I don't know. It says 16 is a lot of centers in a 1907 game. Simon Wiesenthal, way to go. That move.
17 was there as well. He could have walked to Greece from Serbia.
Walked to Greece. So it was that 1905 move, and really Robin just sort of played with fire a little too long. I mean, there wasn't any reason for this to have happened. I think Robin could have probably prevented this from happening. But way to go, Simon Wiesenthal. What a great set of moves in 1905.
Yeah, I mean, like 8 to 16, 2 years, like Stephen said in chat. That's not something you see very often. And it is the sort of thing you see in mad games that have early solos. And I've done it before as Russia. Every so often, things can just fall into place. You can craft the right set of circumstances to just go bam, 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 and just take the lot. And really, really nicely done by Simon. And yeah, I think for Robin, I said at the time, when they pulled away from Simon, they pulled themselves out of position to be able to react to if Simon did start making big gains, and that it meant that they just couldn't. They tried to get back at the end, and it was too little too late for England. And having had this game by the scruff of the neck for the longest part of it, they'll probably be quite disappointed to have come a fairly distant second in the end.
It's true. And only
Completely
because they were thrown a bunch of centers by the Italians.
Yeah, completely agreed. So a tremendous work by Simone. Another really fun game. Ended up way more dynamic than I was expecting towards the end of the game there. So a lot of fun. What do you say we do one more?
Yeah, I'm loving these so far.
All right, let's see if I can come up with the wrong country for this one also. And all right, here we go. For our Norwegian game, we're going to go with Austria. We've got Eric. England, we've got William. France, Simpan. Germany, Megu. Italy, Bjorn. Russia, Marcus. And Turkey, Christian. A couple of these players we've seen play in some of our other games here on League Night, but several of them are new to us. And once again, really excited. I think this is our first Norwegian language game that we've covered, certainly for the 7 Years' War. And we're going to hope that this one entertains as much as the others do.
Once again, got to criticize Brandon Fogel. NOR for Norway. Like, your diplomacy player, you know that's NWY. That's just outrageous. And I played with William, Marcus, and Christian at the Netherlands Diplomacy Championship last year. Fun players, good to play with. And I know that Christian is the TD for the Norwegian Diplomacy Championship that is having its inaugural running in June this year, I believe.
McCullis, who won that Dutch national championship?
I don't remember.
Me neither.
I will say I'm really, really happy to see the activity we've seen coming out of this region of the world, and good to see that championship coming up. All right, spring of 1901. I'm going to hand this one off to McCullis for the lead in this final game of our 7 Years' War coverage tonight.
All right. So after 2 games of some pretty crazy things, this is a lot more standard an opening. Possibly, as I said, these Norwegian players have been playing a lot with the wider meta, especially England, Russia, Turkey. But you see, the main thing is France gets into Burgundy and Munich holds. That's unusual. Italy also gets into Rolia, so that's worrying if you're Germany. And the East, we see a Sundstrom. Always love a Sundstrom. Great to see. Cool. Go for it. Armenia, Bulgaria, attempt to bounce the Black Sea, attempt to get in, whatever. I think that this is pretty fun and a good potential opening. It says I'm not going to work with Russia, and therefore Austria and Italy, you don't need to work together. That's the big diplomatic benefit of this opening, and maybe they can get some sort of fracturing. Tyrolia could punt for Vienna or Trieste. Doesn't do, but it could have done.
Oh my!
So this is nice, actually. So, I mean, obviously it's nice you get into Sev, but it's really nice that Austria offered support to Romania, which Turkey chose not to take. They chose to let Russia go to Romania so that they could walk into Sevastopol and Black Sea. Chef's kiss. Absolutely love it, Christian. Outstanding play. That for a 1901, that might be the 1901 of the night that we've seen so far. That is beautiful. Elsewhere, you see a bounce in Sweden, which is about as dreadful a first year as you can get for Russia. Germany doesn't have to worry about Munich, does get Holland, and there's actually a bounce in Belgium. So good work by Megu, having a pretty risky position at the start of this turn, has managed to come through it unscathed, get their 2 builds, and has some diplomatic options by the looks of it.
That is such a good guess on the part of the Turks. Wow. I wonder if that was sold by Eric.
That's what I was wondering, is did Eric and Christian plan that? Or was that Christian smelling out, oh, these 2 are working, and Eric passed that on to Marcus to the alliance's detriment?
Yeah,
well, if Eric's support, if it was taken, it would have bounced Romania. So it looks like Eric was anti-Russia either way, right? But Christian worked out a better way, maybe had a conversation with Marcus and worked out that Marcus was going to try and bounce from Sev and just took full advantage.
Fleet Berlin is a big tip-off. Fleet Berlin is usually a big tip-off. Fleet London can be, but Fleet Berlin is definitely a tip-off. Fleet Marseille is a tip-off.
I mean, Fleet Berlin is a tip-off that this isn't going to be a good game for Russia. I would say Turkish Army Sevastopol Fleet Black Sea is also a tip-off that this game is not going to be a good one for Russia.
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that Germany's going to be pivoting against England anytime soon, is what I mean by the tip-off. Of course, he's already anti-Russian. But... All right, so we got fleets mid-Atlantic and Spain for France, so no move into the Med here, which probably makes sense given how well England is probably going to do. Fleet London was holding, so makes it a build that you did, I guess, for defensive reasons. Russia's scrambling. It's all you could do when you're a Russia that didn't build. Austria, what's Austria doing? Austria's supporting Romania now and supporting the Italians into the Aegean. So this is Austria becoming definitely anti-Turk.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am too. I'm not sure that's a path forward, but it's the path that he's choosing. And
I wonder if this is after that German and French builds, and maybe this is oh crap, there's a Western triple, we need to kill Turkey. That's a fairly natural response to that. We saw what happens when you don't kill Turkey when there's a Western triple before. Now we might see what happens on why you do go kill Turkey, because Italy has done the fleets in both directions rather than the follow-up to Ionian Sea, which suggests that they are worried about the French for sure.
Well, if you're really worried about Western triple, you don't leave Tyrolia and go to Venice. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, Austria might have been worried about a Western triple, whereas Italy was just worried about everything, right?
Could be.
Just worried.
Oh, Turkey, it started so well. And now you've lost Sev and Bulgaria because of what we just were talking about. Austria getting 2 allows Italy to take Trieste by consent, I'm sure, as a build. So the English take St. Pete with the fleet, which is not a Western Tripoli thing to do. So they take it with a fleet and they go to Belgium with support. So that's sort of maybe this is going to be EG-ish. Although, again, is Baltic to Denmark a Western triple move? No. Is it an EG move? Not really. So, interesting. Got a lot going on here. They do go to Ruhr. They do support the English to Belgium, but they're not sure what's happening, so they move their fleet to Denmark. For example, they could have self-bounced to Denmark and not threatened the English position, so they didn't do that.
Yeah, it looked like before France had been the one who didn't really want to do a Western triple, whereas England and Germany both made moves that were quite open to it. So maybe this is punishment. It's like, oh, you don't want to do that? We'll just come kill you instead. And a diplomatic response.
If one is watching this stream and you're learning this game, you haven't played this game before, and you haven't heard me say this before, I'm going to say it. Never hold when you can do something else. Munich should have just supported the move to Ruhr. And if you didn't really want to go to Ruhr and you're just being the defensive, then self-bounce in Ruhr, but don't just hold.
Yeah, and Zoe pointing out that both France and Germany supported Belgium. So that is going to be interesting about whether or not France still thinks that's the case. So we move into
day 2. On Zoe's part, I didn't even notice the Burgundy, so that's a good catch on Zoe's part.
Yeah, there was a bouncing channel as well, but like these builds definitely suggest that England is not that interested in going after France. If these units have been the other way around, you're clearly going for France. This way, maybe you still do it. It's not impossible, but it's less good than it would have been.
Maybe he's worried about the Denmark fleet.
Yeah.
He still does it, though.
Yeah, just forces channel and gives up Belgium to Germany whilst being unlikely to take anything themselves. Maybe they thought they were going to get Sweden. Maybe it's actually Germany who's broken a deal, or maybe they get it in full or something.
Well, the builds did freeze the French fleets. In other words, they didn't think England was coming, and they just sat there. as opposed to, for example, going to North Atlantic, Western Med, or something like that. If you're really thinking that the English are coming.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the south, we see continued AI cooperation. Russia gets to Armenia, but this isn't really an air. This is just an AI, where Russia is sort of punishing Turkey for their insolence in the first year, but it's mutually assured destruction between the two of them.
Yeah,
this is good for AI.
Unless Austria ends up stabbing at some point, or Italy ends up stabbing, trying for Vienna and taking Greece. Unless that sort of thing happens, the AI is going to keep going. Wait a minute, that did just happen.
So this is hard to not read as a stab. Greece, you could 100% believe might be agreed, not with Vienna.
I mean, maybe this is a kabuki theater. Hey, you know what I'll do? I don't have anything else to do. I'll go to Vienna. Just don't leave. Make it look like a stab. I mean, that's a thing that could be happening.
My ingenious kabuki theater where Austria has to disband.
That's true. They're supporting the Italians to Smyrna,
Yeah,
as opposed to supporting themselves to Khan, for example, or going to Khan with support or whatever.
No, this is the one time I think I will ever. I might. This might be the only time I ever say this. I'm glad there's an army in Tunis for Italy, because if that is a stab, like that could come in handy.
I'm not sure I wouldn't have just convoyed the Tunis army in there. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Armies. Yeah, this is a stab.
yeah.
This was a stab, ladies and gentlemen.
Lifeline for Turkey, potentially. Or not.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah. Ouch.
The Russians' support the Khan to Ankara was not a friendly support. that was something else. That was, hey, I hope you go to Ankara. In other words, he was hoping, he was doing exactly this. You do a self bounce. Just no, you don't, because I'm going to support you at Ankara.
As I say, Russia is not a real player in this game, but they are making damn well sure that Turkey is punished for that 1901. And fair play. This has been a very effective revenge arc from Marcus in this game. And after how bad 1901 went, the best you could hope for is a really good revenge arc. So love it.
If I'm Germany, though, I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I can convoy to Livonia and go to Prussia and stuff and still send armies. I've got 5 armies. I can do both. I don't need to just leave Russia alone like that. I don't know. This is a 1907 game, man. You got to move.
Yeah, I don't know. I maybe you're worried England will stab, and as soon as you get one build out of France, you can just do that convoy later. There's no rush. It seems unlikely Russia's going to go back and cover it, especially now AI are fighting each other.
But you got to worry about like Italians and Bohemian Tyrolia that you might. I mean, in a game that's a 1907 type game, Italy might actually do things like take your Munich. I just think speed. I always like speed. That's why I'm a tempo player. Maybe I'm just reading myself into this too much, but I feel like I could have done both there.
It's also very brave of Germany to self-bounce in Sweden, having just seen Turkey get punished for a self-bounce. Because the exact same thing was on here with England just supports Denmark to Sweden and walks to Denmark. If they really,
yeah, but England's just got to. England's got a row with France. They can't really afford to do that.
They can't. But on the flip side, what else have they got going for them? This war with France is actually really bad for England. If anything, I'd be trying to peace out with France and maybe do exactly that. Say, hey, you take Channel back. I'll put North into Denmark, move English Channel to North. Let's just disengage from this. Because this is only
wait a minute. We are totally burying the lead. So Turkey's fixing to build. Italy.
I saw they got Smyrna.
Italy went left Khan. So because there's a war, he thought, I'll just go deal with the Turks later. That is awesome-ish, is what that is.
That is a cruel stab of Russia by Italy, denying them the revenge arc after everything else that Russia's had to go through. They don't even get their petty revenge.
So this one also interesting.
It could have been one of those things where they didn't notice.
Yeah, or maybe they misordered.
Yeah.
can be done online. I don't know if 7 Years War
possible.
uses grace periods or not. It's quite easily done if they don't.
I mean, there's obviously no reason not to when you're building. I mean, that makes no sense. So that's just a mistake of some kind. That's, again, we've all made mistakes like that before. I know I have.
Yep.
Christian putting down the fleet with that hard-fought build as we go into spring of 1905.
Okay, AI are back together, sort of. Italy takes Munich. Austria takes Bulgaria by agreement. Austria takes Tyrolia, which is why it's only a sort of. It's hard to read that as being particularly friendly. Russia takes Romania, so reports of the Russian death were greatly exaggerated, and they might well get a build after Turkey built. They also got into Black Sea, having correctly guessed on that 50-50. It looks like Turkey is not along for this world, but maybe not. Maybe Austria is going to go for Greece here. Tyrolia.
They're going to put the RT alliance back together again. You don't understand how this is going to work. This has all been an elaborate ruse. It's going to be an RT alliance.
The delayed slingshot juggernaut, right?
That's it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the West, Germany gets into Marseille. England gets to retreat into Belgium, which is kind of nice, but isn't necessarily holdable. I don't know. This is why England and France should really not be fighting each other in a 1907 game here. Neither of them.
Was Germany letting him retreat to Belgium? It's almost what it had to have been, because otherwise, why would you not go Holland to Belgium?
Yeah, maybe. It's make sure it doesn't get blown up. Give it up because you're getting Marseille.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but the 1907 game, how is that going to get anywhere useful? I guess he has to. Never mind. He has to do that because the Italians are in Munich. I see. Never mind. I see.
Well, it's also the Italians are in Munich, so you're anti-Italy. Why are you not cutting Piedmont to help Austria take Venice? Like Marseille hold is just not the right move. If you've got an Italian problem, you really want Austria to get Venice here. That would be a godsend for you if
maybe you're not sure that's what Piedmont's doing, and you don't want to leave Marseille.
Yeah,
maybe that's what it is.
I guess. Meanwhile, once again bearing the lead, Russia's building too.
Yes, we did bury the lead again. It's true. It's hard to look at the entire board when there's got so many interesting things going on. It's hard to actually see which one's more interesting. But yes, Russia is no longer just a revenge train. They're an actual train that's going to an actual destination.
So Russia's building two. Austria gets to rebuild as they got Greece and Bulgaria whilst losing those two, but had the one in pocket. And somehow out of that, it's Italy that has a disband. Sure.
Well, they got a lot of units not doing anything now.
Yeah, I mean, Silesia would be really nice if Russia was not building.
What does England put down here?
Fleet Liverpool. You can force Mid-Atlantic in this 1907 game. Woo!
Is it?
Yeah, this is an interesting question because I'm not sure what they're going to do that's going to accomplish anything in the next four moves.
Army Edinburgh, maybe convoy to Norway to make sure St. Petersburg is safe from these Russian builds.
That's
maybe try to take Sweden or something.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody slip into Sweden is what I mean.
On the flip side, I really wouldn't be surprised by Fleet Liverpool.
There you go.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to change momentum.
Yeah, it just seems like France and England will not get on the same page in this game. Like the chances were there. There were good reasons to have done it by now. And given that it hasn't happened, it's just that sort of situation makes you feel like it's never going to happen. They are going to be fighting till the end.
There are several players here that are in contention, though, to take the top. There are several players in contention. Because Germany's got the most right now, but there are potentially enemy armies on Munich if they've got the AI back together. I mean, there's all sorts of things going on here.
They've got the AI back together because they need to go and kill Russia.
All right, so Germany does try to take Spain, but they get bounced there to the French. Yeah, I mean, the English are doing what they're doing. They're going to go send all their fleets down there, and we'll see what happens. They're definitely not doing it. But Holland to Belgium is.
I think that tap on Spain was to guarantee Mal, right? Because it was the only thing that could support hold it.
Yeah. So is there AI cooperation? Yes, there is. The Austrians are going to Galicia. The Austrians are going to Vienna. The Italians are going to Tarly. So they're sort of working out their differences, supporting the guy to Serbia. The Russians go back into Armenia. So interesting.
Back into
I'm not sure. I'm not
Armenia.
sure that's what I do there if I'm Sev. I mean, I don't know.
I think Russia's still on their revenge train against Turkey, right?
Perhaps. I mean, they acted like they were actually playing the game there for a minute, because now they've potentially lost Warsaw, or maybe lose the other two instead.
Or maybe they thought Italy was going to tap Con to give the mank.
As the Italians take Munich. Marseille does move out this time because nobody next to Marseille. So they, there's a bunch of sitters down in Italy. I guess I'll go adventuring down there. English take Brest. Yeah.
Austria gets Bud and Rum back, and therefore is not building two, building one. But I
mean, Austria is a potential board topper here. No question.
Yeah, this has turned into a very solid core, especially if Russia and Italy are squabbling amongst who gets Turkish dots. And it's not obvious to see what dots Austria loses, but it's also really not obvious to see what dots
they would
Austria
get.
Takes.
Yeah, unless they're going to have help from somebody.
Turkey could force black and give them Sev, but I feel like that's not what Turkey's likely to do.
No.
All right, spring 1907, last turn of the game. Who's got the best shot at the top?
Wow, this is actually an interesting question. There's a lot going on here. I don't think Germany takes anything this year, right? Or at least they're not guaranteed of taking anything, and they're probably going to lose Marseille, or they might lose Marseille.
I think Germany can get Paris quite easily, right?
I don't know. There's only if they get lucky.
If they can get Russian help, they can take Munich back, or Austrian help. But
it's all going to come down to diplomacy.
Maybe you cut a deal. Austria, I'll put you in Venice if you cut Bohemia, so I can take Munich.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is. I think this is going to be a diplomat. This is not somebody who's going to necessarily force their way into a win. This is probably some kind of diplomatic play. Who's got a chance? Who thinks they've got a chance? I don't see Italy's chance, honestly. I don't see Italy's chance. So the question is, what is Italy going to do in that situation? Maybe just protect their second place, or try to, as opposed to spending their units helping somebody else. So could Germany just win it because they're already one ahead of everybody except Austria, and maybe they get
England's got to walk to Tunis.
England. Oh, gosh. Unless there's a bounce somehow. English takes Tunis and Denmark. Yeah. I mean, England's got the most flexibility because they got these fleets and they can move various places. So they've got flexibility, but a lot of it's going to depend on how successful their spring moves are. I don't know that I'm willing to
Denmark is very ambitious.
I don't know that I'm willing to make a strong prediction here. So I'm going to go with the fact that it's still going to be a shared board top with AG at the end, because I'm not sure that there's any better prediction than that. They're already ahead right now, and maybe neither of them change their numbers.
I think England will get to 7. Maybe it's 7-7-7.
Maybe.
Yeah. All right, well, let's find out.
Gosh, he just walks right to Paris, so that helps your prediction, and goes to North Africa. So that's.
Or that's not 7. That's 8, David.
You're right. You're totally right.
Yeah, I just didn't think that they. Oh, there we go. That's 7.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So Austria gets Moscow somehow.
Oh my god!
Retaking Trieste, but losing Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Because Turkey gets to build thanks to the Russian in the final turn. Okay. Italy.
Christian's gotten to build twice when he shouldn't have. This is awesome for him.
Italy has taken Berlin and lost Tunis and lost. Italy is even. Yeah, England is.
This is a bunch of 7s, right? This is like a trip 7.
Yeah,
trip 7.
Yeah, everyone was even trading and gaining.
Well, that was a fun one. What a way to close out our coverage of the 7 Years' War. What a great great league to bring together all of these different languages, all of these different communities, organize them into a structure that can create more visibility, engagement, and give us a chance to cover these games.
Yeah, these were a lot of fun, and this is what 1907 and C Diplo gives you. And where rank matters and not centers, you get these very changeable games. And
although that last one was really the only traditional looking game, like the kind of thing that you often see in European play, that was the most traditional one. The other ones really played out differently than that.
Mm-hmm. And maybe it was a thing of experience. Maybe, as I said, some of those Norwegian players have definitely played a bit more, and there were more of them that I was familiar with than in the German or the Greek games.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you are enjoying that, please give the stream a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and post in the comments. All those things do help all of us, or help the algorithm promote the game, help promote for new players, bring new people in the community, which helps all of us have more opportunities to play more games, which is something we should all be rooting for. We are going to go ahead now and take a look at the Virtual Diplomacy League. We're going to look at the very final 2 games of the night. Before we take a look at this game, though, I thought we could just take a quick look into our standings. So coming into this, Jason Gray was on top, and I don't remember if I'm spoiling there, so I'm going to bring that back just in case. But we now go into our last 2 games. We got Robert Hillier, Binnick, Robolewski, thank you. Joshua Crowther, Justin Lore, Jamie Leonard, Jaden, and John Jameson, everyone's favorite Scot living in Vancouver, Canada. And
no, I think it is Canada. I think that's
Canada. I mean,
so.
I'm on a roll tonight. Come on.
No, I'm familiar with all my U.S. states, and I'm pretty sure Canada is the 51st state.
Yeah.
So.
All right. With that, Michalis, any storylines that you're going to be watching for on this game?
Well, Justin's played back-to-back. That's always interesting. His first game wasn't that great, so maybe he's going to have a bit of fire in him to make up for it now.
I think this might be Bennick's first game in the VDL, so welcome to Bennick.
A lot of people with names beginning with J. Yes.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. Spring of 1901. Let's get this thing going. David.
Okay. Bennick does the Churchill with the Army to Edinburgh opening. The French moved Josh Crowther going into Picardy with the fleet is extremely unusual. It is intended to not antagonize the English is why this opening ever happens, but you still antagonize England because you got a fleet on the North Sea in Belgium, so it's something that doesn't happen that often. Again with the DMZs in Galicia, my goodness, how many times have we seen that tonight? That can be a great move. It's just we don't see it as often as we do here. And again, Venice to Piedmont, another thing that I think we don't do enough, and here we are seeing it in spring 1901 in this game. And we've got the Turks moving the fleet over, not the Armenian fist bump, but just moving it over. Now, I will say, I don't know if John Jameson will know what a Sevcon shuffle is. I don't know if Jaden knows what a Sevcon shuffle is, but this is how you set up a Sevcon shuffle, where the army goes into Sev and the fleet goes into Con. So I've got my fingers crossed.
It's also, this could be an Armenian fist bump that Russia broke, right?
With your breaking of your deals. I'm saying Sevcon shuffle. Come on.
But the good thing about
Sevcon shuffle. That's exactly what they did.
Fair enough. I was going to say the good thing about Piedmont is that because France didn't go to mid-Atlantic, you were guaranteed to stop them taking those 2 Iberian dots. What you don't get is there was no bounce in Belgium, so they still get to build 2.
Indeed, they do. The German move to Skagerrak is fascinating. It's not as fascinating as a successful Sevcon shuffle, but it's still fascinating. because again, something you don't see very often in a fall 1901.
I'd say the jury's still out on whether this is successful. If it gets through 1902 and gets to do something useful, I'll consider it successful.
Successful in that they both actually did it. That's the only criteria for being successful at this SEVCON shuffle. I mean, when's the last time we saw a SEVCON shuffle in the VDL? Ever?
I've seen it before, and I've seen that it always breaks down the next year because Con gets blown up and never goes anywhere.
I've tried SEVCON Shuffle probably 3 times, and every single time it has my ally did not follow through. So
Jameson is capable of following through on this because he's old. He's old school enough to know when we used to do this more often back in the day. I don't know if Jaden is going to be interested in the follow through here. Is immediate. I mean, you build north, and then you send armies. You send the other army. You build at least build one guy in St. Pete, and then the Turkish army either goes to Rum or Ukraine. You make an immediate attack. I mean, we'll see.
All right, winter of 1901. We've got the fleets, got the army.
You don't see Army Warsaw though.
You're supposed to do it with Warsaw. That's not really. But who knows? I don't know what's getting ready to happen here. So let's hope for the best. What else do we see? Fleet Brest is interesting, isn't it?
And Fleet London.
I think they had to. They got their army Marseille.
Was covered. Yeah,
never mind. Marseille was covered. I just noticed that.
The problem is that Fleet Brest, Fleet Belgium, as you said before, really drags England and France into some conflict that France really doesn't want, given what Italy's done, but it's really hard to undo.
Would you choose to undo in that situation if you're France, or would you just let the momentum of the board continue to take you in that direction?
I'd wait and see what happens around Norway. Russia is very anti-English. If Germany is going to be anti-English, then I'm anti-English. If Germany,
that's what Skagerrak means. That's what Germany's Fleet Skagerrak is, an anti-English move. So one would think that that's what's happening here.
Well, I just think, and yet
Baltic. Oh wait, no, they did support the French in the North Sea. Okay, that's what I thought. So, yeah, I'm sorry. This is you.
Yep. So Russia takes Norway, France takes North Sea. This is the board dragged them that way, so you may as well follow up and cool, make the best of it. It's what's in front of you. Germany goes Munich's Bohemia. Woohoo! Justin has been listening and watching my games. That is where Bohemia is a German province. It's where all German armies should be. It's the best province on the board for Germany to have an army in, bar none. This is a hill I will die on, and I do it every time I'm Germany, except when I don't want to piss Austria off. Beyond that, yep, the East is still, at the moment, RT versus AI, and the jury is still very much out on whether this is a successful SEVCON shuffle or a SEVCON shuffle.
Yeah, stasis is not really what the SEVCON shuffle is designed for, just FYI. Now, the fleet killed Baltic. I'm still a little bit puzzled here on what's going. I mean, obviously that sets up Sweden and all that. Maybe it was a defensive move, but if you're going to support the French in the North Sea, you don't go to Helgoland. I don't know.
Maybe Germany is thinking, because France is the one in the North Sea, I'm not going to get any English dots anyway, so I may as well go for the Scandinavian dots. I don't think that's an unreasonable position to take here.
It's definitely what happens.
Yeah, and they get French help to do it, so good work.
The issue is you get in the North Sea, but there's 3 English fleets, so unless you're in Helgoland, you can't really can't help the French stay in the North Sea. That's why it just it's kind of a half measure to me, but whatever. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, as you say, like France, they tap Norway to help Germany take it. They will get a build from Portugal, so they can build another fleet Brest and still follow up relatively easily. Paris to Gascony is a little more curious. That you'd surely have wanted that to go up to cover Belgium. Not having anything next to Belgium now England's back in North Sea seems like a problem. The East, meanwhile, well, Italy, maybe they are going against Austria. Maybe Bohemia has successfully disrupted the East, which is what it's there to do. You go to Bohemia, not to take anything yourself, but to just shape the alliances in a way you like. And you probably don't like an AI or an AIR for sure. So if you can convince Italy and Austria to fight each other, brilliant. Job done from Justin there. And I don't know if this the seventh shuffle. I think we can say this was not a success.
Well, it was absolutely a success for Russia. J. Jonah Jameson losing out to Spider-Man once again. He tries to get back to Smyrna, but he can't do that because all of his units are being piffed. It's just
Aegean wasn't piffed. That is just I've had enough of this game.
Well, that's voluntarily piffed. Then that's a lot. But anyway, so that's the end of that. The Italians do not attack Austria. They go into the Aegean.
They do not attack Austria yet. Tyrolia and Venice are doing nothing at the moment, and being in Tyrolia and Venice and doing nothing cannot be making Austria particularly comfortable, right?
No, but the Germans also not doing anything.
Mm-hmm. Now Germany is making sure no one else goes to Bohemia, so they're making sure the air can't go to the line there. Meanwhile, France has decided.
The Russians have taken Sweden back, haven't they?
Yeah, they are. But France has decided. You know what? Covering centers. That's what amateurs do. I'm playing chess at another level. I'm playing this 4D. I can play it through the timelines, whatever we need to do. I'll leave Belgium wide open and I'll just convoy to Wales and take Liverpool. And great.
Yeah, we've got some great moves going on here.
The support hold on English Channel, not going to Burgundy. This is really nice that it all worked. Because you could have come out of this looking like a complete idiot. You could have had Wales bounced and England going into Belgium, and you're just in a horrible position. And instead, you've managed to get everything your way. You can cover Belgium and get Liverpool. Cool. Love it. Or you can give Belgium up. Maybe this is why. Yeah.
It's just a deal making. Italy tries to take Greece, or is that maybe they? No. They were, that was like aspirational. Please give me Greece kind of thing. They really needed to go back to Ionian though. I mean, or something. They needed to make some kind of move. Standing still is not going to eventually get Jamie anything. Now, Jameson at least lives long enough to see a convoy to North Africa, so that makes him happy. Being the big,
he's already left.
Well, maybe he didn't see that, but we're seeing it, and that makes John Jameson happy in the abstract. Anything else going on here other than Russia is really big because they took advantage of Turkey? Not yet.
Russia's really big, but as you say, the favorite David Hoodism, Russia on 9 is like anyone else on 7. And this Russia's very spread out. That's 5 units holding 2 dots really in the north. And if AI work together, Bulgaria falls immediately, and those Turkish dots become very vulnerable. So to the point where you probably have to just give Bulgaria up, maybe go con to black and Smyrna supports bull to con. Make sure you don't get piffed. Oh, okay. So Italy was supposed to be given Greece, and did that changes things? Does that mean Austria's broken the deal there? All right.
Robert Hillier breaking the deal? That can't be.
Maybe Tyrolia, Venice were concerning.
Yeah, he's certainly not attacking the Russians. He's maneuvering around the other direction. Gosh, France, I really like your moves because out of 6 units, you have held most of them, and it's probably fine.
They've got England Janissarying, so you don't need to move all those northern fleets. You've got Italy Janissarying, so you don't need to move into the south either. I don't want to upset anyone. This is where holds are good, David. Sometimes holds are the correct move. It's the apple cart is bobbing along really nicely because you have 2 Janissaries. Let's not move anything to upset the apple cart. Let's just ride this apple cart for a walk into Tunis for free. Maybe a take London to blow that fleet up, but not take Edinburgh because the other 2 are useful. Maybe you just get London because England's getting Sweden.
So I agree with you that holds are the thing to do if you literally have nothing to do because you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to speak the Germans. You don't want to speak the English. You don't want to speak the Italians. Okay, I'm with you. I just don't think that comes up very often. That worked in the sense that you did not speak England, so that meant that you could do this.
Yeah. Does take Edinburgh, but as I say, England's in Sweden, so they're staying even. So it's almost certainly by agreement. So France has moved no units essentially to take the 2 centres. Great. Elsewhere, Austria forces Bohemia to push the Italians back. AR are still on site together. There was an ambitious convoy to Greece, which Russia correctly chose not to support. I'm not sure why on earth Russia would ever want to give that support.
Wasn't this just a bunch of joke orders to Greece? Wasn't that what was going on? Maybe,
possibly, yeah. Or I don't know. Maybe what did Aegean do? What was Aegean's support?
Smyrna
support rather than maybe that was meant to be a convoy that was miswritten. I don't know. Yeah. I think like if you're actually going to get Russia to move to do something on Greece, you might be able to do Aegean to Greece, and then you're moving away from Russia. So maybe Russia would be amenable to that. I don't think putting France into Greece or taking it from Ionian are things that Russia should ever be agreeing to here. Just look at all those Austrian units. Having been a really solid core a year ago, all of them have moved in the opposite direction to Russia. It's what Jaden wants.
Absolutely.
So Jaden is the favorite, McCallus?
Oh, I think Joshua's the favorite,
Yeah,
but I think it's between those two.
Yeah.
So McCallus, you'd pick Joshua, David pick Jaden, assuming Joshua's already taken.
If I can't pick Joshua, yes, but he's clearly in good position. Now, this does show the old adage that when France is doing well, Russia's doing well, and often vice versa.
There is an argument for Germany. Like, Germany's not out of it. If they can somehow get Russia to pull one of the, like, say, Bothnia off the board and then secure Scandinavia. But they are very, very reliant on Germany, not just, on France, not just going, I'll just move in here and take everything now.
It's hard to see what Austria's path forward is. I mean, I
yeah,
guess you have to be anti-Russian, but it's just kind of hard to see.
Anti-German, apparently.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got to go somewhere. And if you're not going to fight Russia, you're not going to fight Italy, you got to go hope maybe you can take Munich or something with Russian help. The Germans are trying to do their part. You know, they're taking Sweden with Russian help.
They're also going to Burgundy.
Yeah, they're trying to change the equation here.
I just don't get it.
Not really sure what Denmark convoying to Livonia was supposed to mean either.
Maybe they thought they'd get in. Maybe they thought like Livonia would go to Prussia or something. I don't know.
But if so, why leave Silesia? I don't know. None of that makes a whole lot of sense to me, but maybe it was some more joke orders, honestly. Could be. Oh, Burr was supposed to bounce.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Because I just don't get why on earth you'd want to be in Burgundy here.
Yeah, that does make more sense.
Yeah, right. Like Germany lives or dies by France's good graces. Upsetting France is not the way to go in this game.
Well, certainly Russia's given it a whirl, getting into the Ionian. You know, this is how the Sevcon Shuffle works. It gets the Russian fleet into the Med. All of this is coming down to the Sevcon Shuffle being a totally great move.
It is. I would go so far as to agree, David. I think the Sevcon Shuffle is one of the most powerful AR openings.
Excellent. All right, but Russia does take Norway. Gosh. All right, so they're both making their moves here.
Yes, this is just a dreadful year for Germany, and like everything is collapsing, and now all of the armies have come into the center, which is the recipe for Germany to fall apart and never get anywhere. Yep, France has outlived their English Janissary, which I think makes sense. Like, just take the dots at this point. If Germany's collapsing, you actually kind of do need to race Russia. They're in the Med, I would imagine, at Italian invitation. But also they might need to prop Italy up against, like, let's say Piedmont holds Venice here, whilst fleets can try and retake Ionian or do something like that. So, yeah, I think this is still slightly advantage France, but Russia's got a pretty good stab on Austria now if they want
Well,
it.
and who does France have to work with?
I think France will just mop up Belgium, Holland while Germany collapses, right? Those are what the centers probably go to them next. But if Russia has got a big gamble, because if they stab Austria successfully, they're in a really good driving seat, but you have to time that to perfection, because if you stab and go allyless too early as Russia, and there is a board to like coalition against you, which this board is very ripe for, that's how France wins and wins big, because if all the units have to go counter Russia.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that yet. I think you have to hope to get some more centers out of the Germans first.
Yeah.
We've got that could be a way to break into Italy, into the boot a little bit. So
a little bit. I mean, the problem is that if France and Italy are working together, then Ionian should fall in full, right? Because France puts Western into Tunis and then takes Ionian.
Yeah, as is often true here, which way Italy goes really makes a lot of difference in this situation where they're sort of being squeezed. Yeah, they're with Austria is what the answer.
Which is a surprise, actually. I'm quite surprised that's good diplomatic work by Austria and Russia to get Italy on their side. That does give them a big, well, maybe not a big, but a significant advantage, because Germany will collapse to their side of the board and probably not to the French side particularly quickly.
Well, and I assume that diplomatically what Josh was just trying to be friends with Justin here as well. Just try to keep the Germans propped up until they need to take their centers. Helping the Germans into Norway.
Taking Rum by agreement. Well, I would assume.
Austrians taking Venice. Is that by agreement? That can't be by agreement.
I would say it's by agreement because Austria is getting 2, right? They had Munich guaranteed, and Venice was also guaranteed unless France defended it. And maybe they worked out France wasn't going to do that.
Okay.
And to be honest, I don't hate that by France at all, actually. I think Austria is not your problem on this board. Russia is your competitor. Help Austria so that Russia doesn't have as good a stab. That's just good play from Joshua there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Well, winner of 1906, we get a 9-9 split between Russia and France. This game probably about 2/3 of the way done. So we're getting close towards the end. Any change in our predictions from either of you?
I still think France has a better position. Obviously, Russia is playing well, but I still think France has a better position.
Russia's problem is that every dot their ally gets is actually kind of bad for them. It makes it so much harder for them to make the stab at the end. Like every build Austria has is probably one less dot Russia can take in their late charge. And France has no reason not to help Austria get dots. That's just good for France. So, like, Italy has been anti-France. So, yeah, by all means, I'll help for Austria take the Italian dots. Yeah, I mean, you see here, Austria and Italy are working together on Tuscany, but I can very much see France just tapping Tyrrhenian Sea so Austria takes Rome in full, or something like that. Bigger news is that Russia gets Berlin, having pushed Italy forward as a janissary over there. That is significant. That's going to be very hard for France to do anything about later. France gets a convoy to Norway, which is kind of nice, but Scandinavia has been a complete mess of units all game and is probably going to stay that way. And the German disbands are bad for France.
Yeah, France just doesn't have anything happening here much, do they?
Very passive, yeah. I liked the passivity earlier in the game. I don't like it at this point. Now you're in a race. You can't stop being passive. They couldn't convince Austria to take Rome. Okay, c'est la vie, that happens. Germany has retaken Kiel, which is good for good for France. But the Scandinavian position is kind of it's such a screwy setup over there. Like Russia now has 2 on Denmark. They still have to worry about Norway. Sweden could be. The Sweden isn't going to fall with the 2 Russian fleets in Bothnia Baltic. It's very unusual for the southern half of the board, if we're using the Australian terminology, to have the advantage in Scandinavia, St. Petersburg, but 2 Russian South Coast fleets is the way to get that.
Mm-hmm. And no German fleets to help.
Mm-hmm.
So now Russia's 1 ahead, and France is not even really in position to do. I mean, they've got units in the south that they can't really use, right? Unless something changes. I guess Ruhr is where they need to go next, but that's all just defensive stuff.
And Austria's back out of position and open to the stab again. A year ago, Austria had like 2 units at home and was like quite reactive to a stab, whereas now Russia has a walk to Budapest if they want it. And you're getting to the point of the game where I think you maybe do want it. I think there's a very strong case for walking to Rum, walking to Gal, not bouncing ball and walking to Greece and then taking ball behind, stuff like that.
Not doing it, though. Maybe they thought it was too early in 1908. Maybe try wait.
Because it's 6.5 hours, it changes your calculus. I think if it ends in 1909, you definitely make that move. If it ends in 1910, you strongly consider it. If it's going to go to 1911, and you can do the maths by this point to work it out. If it's going to 1911, it's definitely too early.
I mean, some people can do the maths. Other people are not very good at maths, is what I've heard earlier today. Let's see. What else is happening here? Do you think Germany's leaving Ruhr? I mean, I was assuming the French were going to go to Ruhr there with support. So that's the Germans maybe don't care if France takes the center.
Maybe Germany is trying to get it to 11-11, thinking that will get the game drawn. Because Justin's best hope here is the game draws as soon as possible, right? So if this is, France, you're tied for the top. Now you'll accept a draw. That would make sense.
Just a quick reminder for those who may not be familiar or just joining, the Virtual Diplomacy League games play with a time limit. The average game will end in 1910. It is possible for games to go to 1911, or sometimes we'll extremely rarely see them go into 1912, depending on how quickly the players will play. Also, the reverse could be true. If they're playing slowly, 1909 can happen. So keep that in mind as we're watching these moves, or that can happen. It can also end by draw.
Wow. Joshua, I don't think I see this. I do not think I see this.
Unless Belgium was not by agreement and Belgium had triggered a response from Justin saying, I'm going to throw. If Belgium was not agreed and Justin's going to throw to the other side, maybe you just take the draw.
I didn't think Jaden had it in him, and I was wrong. That's nicely done. Without even having to stab Austria, it's nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, congratulations, Jaden. Really, really fun game. Always like a good close race, and this one certainly delivered.
Savcon Shuffle is such a powerful move. Good for you, man. Good for you trying that. Look at that fleet in the Ionian. Look at that Russian fleet in the Ionian doing its job.
All right, our final game of the night, Virtual Diplomacy League 222, named after Holland. Michaelis, I'm going to put you on the lead, and why don't you close out this one with our players?
Yep, so we see Astronaut back again, playing in Austria. See if they live up to their name. David Seymour, second time we've seen them tonight. They're playing in England this time. Violet playing in France. Jake Mannix, long-time face-to-face player who I believe hasn't played virtually before. Got the pleasure of playing with him at WDC. Good to see him making the step to virtual, playing in Germany. Jason Gray, looking to wrap the results up early on in the league, playing in Italy, playing another two games today, 2 games in March. Ryan Feathers back again in Russia, and Patrick Jacobson off the back of a very solid top earlier, playing in Turkey.
And David, any storylines?
Jake Mannix does not have experience with virtual games, but is a very experienced player of diplomacy. So it'll be interesting, given that he may be in the West with two of the players that are less experienced. That'd be interesting to see if he can take advantage of that in some way.
All right, and we welcome Violet. I believe that is her first game, so really good to see some new players coming into the Virtual Diplomacy League. And as always, we're really grateful to everybody for allowing us to cover these games.
I'd say David is maybe a bit less welcoming of Violet in their potential first game. Straight into the English channel. Cool. Love it. First time we've seen that tonight, I think. So that's fun. Good to see. Gets in successfully. Elsewhere, we see pretty standard German and English openings. We see nothing that unusual from Russia, but we do see an Armenian fist bump. First one of them that we've seen done successfully tonight. And this, David, I would straight away put down as success, because that's the beauty of an Armenian fist bump compared to a Sevcon shuffle. You don't have to predicate it on what happens in future. It's done its job already.
It's a way to play.
Apparently, I got so excited about that comment, knocked it off the screen. All right. Add that back in. Here we go.
All right. Okay. Well, that's less good for Jake. We see a traditional sea line here with taking North Sea at the expense of Munich, which is a little bit rough. Italy just snags Munich straight away. Aggressive play from Jason Gray. Cool. England has been caught very unawares by this sea line. I don't know. Maybe this is Violet's first game and Jake has made these suggestions, or maybe Violet has played elsewhere and is moving over. I don't. But this is a pretty much textbook sea line, aside from Munich. And if you're France, that's textbook anyway. So, yeah, you love to see it unless you're England. The East, meanwhile, we see a pretty pro-AR move here from Russia taking Romania with the fleet. Ryan is not Australian, so I am comfortable saying this is a pro-AR move and not that this is the weird Australian meta where this is the first move of a juggernaut every time. But, yeah. This is potential for an air. Patrick should be a little bit worried.
I certainly would be if I were Patrick. But he builds Fleet Smyrna anyway, so that's interesting. And there's no build in Sev, so maybe Patrick's right about this. Ryan doing the Northern Fleet in St. Pete thing. That's a thing you can do when there's a sea line is just join in. In fact, that's what I would usually do as the Russians. Join in, get my piece. Make sure I'm a player in the North. That's what's going on. Jake could only build one, so he did what he could do. I guess sometimes you can convince the Italians to leave Munich, maybe, as opposed to being kicked out. The fact that Italy built built an army instead of two fleets meant that he actually was trying to keep Munich. Sometimes you borrow Munich, you build the extra fleet, and then you don't really care if you lose it. That's a way to play the Italians, but that's not what's happening here, building the army in Venice.
I mean, what you really are strongly pitching is for Austria to go to Tyrolia and attack Venice. What you're getting is an AIR.
Well, Italy was going to pivot against the French here. That was the theory. That's kind of one thing if you're Jake, that's one thing you're trying to talk the Italians into doing. But at any rate, that doesn't matter because they were supported in. Violet also moves the fleets up, as one does here, to continue the attack on the English. The Germans couldn't do anything really much because of having to deal with filling in Kiel and taking Munich back and all that. But interestingly, England doesn't take North Sea back because of the Russian attack.
So Jake here, North Sea just holds. And a lot of the time, people will say, yeah, North Sea, that should never hold here. What are the alternatives? I mean, mate, yeah, okay, you could have got into London if you guessed successfully, but you'd have lost North Sea and you've had to worry about Denmark. You could have tapped Norwegian, which then retreats to Skagerrak, and you have to worry about Denmark. You want Russia to take Norway, but you do not want Russia to take Norway in spring. You want them to take it in fall. And so I actually really like that North Sea hold. I like that.
I do too.
Yeah, I think that moving that would have actually been a mistake in whatever direction you move it in.
Well, I know I'm against holds, but a hold in the North Sea can often be the right move, because even if you get kicked out, you got all kinds of interesting places to retreat to after having already seen the moves, because North Sea touches so many places. So that's a place that getting kicked out of is not so bad sometimes.
Yeah.
All right. Fall turn. Well, Munich does get retaken.
So Austria chooses not to air and to stab Italy for an AT. I mean, I've ran an AT tonight. I'm not going to criticize an AT. I think I would far rather have made that move in spring and then been able to actually, I don't know, take Venice. But as it is, Italy is the odd man out and is going to get pushed back. Russia, it looks like Russia thought there was an air because Silesia supported Austria into Munich. Although that's not defending Munich either. So Russia maybe just thought there was an AR.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, but not the end of the world. Germany gets Munich back, bounces Denmark successfully. That may well be by agreement, may well not be, who knows? But I think that Germany will be very satisfied with how that year has gone. And fun, hostile support supports France out of Spain. Again, Jake will be quite happy about that, I think.
No,
maybe he doesn't.
Such a good guess on Jason's part.
Yeah, I don't really get the French fleets coming back from the English attack. Like, you had great position on England. Why not, I don't know, convoy Belgium to London or to Wales? Actually, no, you just move to Liverpool and to London. You're guaranteed to get one of them.
Exactly. There's no reason not to do that.
Yeah.
Hey. So this is a rat. It's a rat, is it? The last time we thought it was a rat, it really wasn't, because it was just an AR or something, whatever it was.
AT.
Or AT, right.
Which it may well be again. I don't like Russia supporting Austria to Munich so that Austria to take Tyrolia instead. They're not completely on the same page at this stage.
So Smyrna convoy to Apulia is what he's trying to set up, maybe, or at least the threat of that. Come on, Spring. What do we got? Tunis is what we got, which makes sense.
Yeah, Tunis, which was guaranteed. This does look very ratty. Ball pulling back out is strongly ratty rather than ATE. You see also Italy gets into Tyrolia, but Italy pays the price for having annoyed France by France comes to Piedmont and comes to Western Med. And they sometimes you say, oh, that's probably by invitation. I think here we can safely say this is just France mad at Italy for what Italy's done. And I think Jason is going to find himself allyless and collapsing to both sides. England gets back into North Sea as there isn't a bounce in Denmark this time and might even have a chance of taking Summit. Kiel's got to make some guesses. Germany is not in an ideal position now. Russia's got into Norway, which is good for them. If this could turn into a Western triple, though, where like something happens to Sweden, there's a lot of things that could happen here. There's a lot of flexibility that, or dynamism that is potentially available to people.
The Italians taking Munich and fall down 2-1 just totally changed the complexion of the Western theater, I think.
And not in a way that was beneficial to Italy, which is why I don't like doing that as Italy. I think my personal opinion is that hamstringing Germany by taking Munich is the worst thing Italy can possibly do in the first year. Like, Italy and Germany have such a high correlation of doing well when the other's doing well. Just giving all the power to EF is just bad for Italy.
I think it can depend on the situation, but
yeah, there are always edge cases where it's the correct move, but more often than not, I think it is not. So what we see here is Austria gets into Tyrrhenian Sea. Italy bounces them out of Ionian. So AT are getting quite advanced against the Turk, but not in a particularly great way. France has decided that Spain, you don't need Spain. Spain is actually superfluous. And this may be the latest I've ever seen a neutral Spain. So cool. Germany self-bounces Holland and takes Sweden with Russian support. So there was this EG cooperation that I suspected there might be. And this sort of Eastern quadruple turned into a rat has now triggered a Western triple against it, which is good for Turkey, not good for Russia. Unclear for Austria.
Probably not good for Austria, but we'll see.
Did want to call this out too. I think I agree with this comment that Violet's restraint in saving Spain, taking some position here. The opportunity to pick up Spain will be there. So I too appreciate that play.
Tempo is king.
Yeah, you get tempo from taking Spain and building Fleet Marseille as well, though. So that goes both ways.
You have the army sitting around doing nothing. Just let them do this in the spring.
Yeah, now you have a problem with Mid-Atlantic Ocean, though. This is what happens from not taking it sooner. There's risks and guesses, and it depends what Italy's going to do, who Italy's more mad at.
I don't think you should lose sight of they've taken Rome. I mean, that's not bad. That's not a bad thing. Take Rome and Tunis, and yes, there's some chance you lose Tunis again, but they can't take both back.
Yep, and Russia also gets Bohemia, blowing up a
That's the
German
second unit killed. That's the second unit killed on the fields of Bohemia. Apparently, that's a big battleground these days.
One could question what Russia is doing in Bohemia as part of a rat. One could also question what Turkey's doing in Armenia as part of a rat.
Oh, that's purely defensive. Well, Russia's. I mean, Russia is really sort of pivoting because they don't have anything. They've lost. They've lost in the north. They got to do something different. So they're doing this. They're pivoting.
They've pivoted into a juggernaut by the looks of it.
Yeah, Turkey taking Greece.
Turkey takes Greece, Russia takes Vienna. France does lose Mid-Atlantic Ocean, but Austria's pulling too and was probably, but not certainly, going to pull that. So France has also walked out of Rome, which is interesting. So there's some sort of deal.
Why would you do that?
I'm
not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of that one.
I'm also not a big fan of Kiel to Ruhr if I'm France.
True.
That's a very concerning move.
Well, that's the sort of thing that you just take the build. You don't need the Italians that much at this point. Take the build.
65% of the time in a Western triple, Germany is the one that gets stabbed. 30% of the time it's France. And the other 5%, something else happens. But France is always...
So does Austria lose the fleet now, or do they want to have a fun game? That's exactly what I was getting ready. Jake's asked the same question I'm asking. Do they want to have fun, or do they want to pull them out?
They're having fun.
They're having fun.
Maybe they've decided they're probably not going to survive in their home centres, so they might be able to survive if they take something with the fleet.
Survive on Portugal.
I think this is what I was thinking they were going to do, is just try to hire themselves out as a janissary. But when you've got Russians trying to take your stuff, I'm not sure that's going to work in the long run. Is that an attempted convoy to Albania? That's an attempted convoy to Albania, I think.
Yep. So Italy, that was what the deal was last turn for not taking Rome. I'm still not entirely convinced that slowing Turkey down is what France's main priority should be, but
take the build.
Yeah. And these English moves are not good for France, right?
Nope.
North Sea, North Atlantic Ocean. And England's like, well, I had to do that. There's an Austrian fleet in Mid-Atlantic Ocean. And yet it's a self-fulfilling prophecy is that now you're there. What else are you going to do?
On the other hand, the Germans did not move Ruhr into anything screwy. I know they still can in the fall, but they didn't do it in the spring. Didn't do it in the fall either. Austria tries to make the Habsburgs did ruin Belgium for a long time. They're just trying to make sure it happened again. It just didn't happen this game.
Yeah,
and could have snagged Brest.
And England actually tried to stab the other way, tried to stab Germany and failed.
Wow.
Good read by Jake.
What else was Jake supposed to do with those fleets, though?
Yeah, it's an ambitious stab. I don't think it's the stab I would have made. And then maybe this is one of that 5% of other games where, because of this failing, things go badly for England.
Okay, astronaut, you want to have fun, or do you want to remove the fleet? He goes, that's what I thought. You wanted to have fun. So he's not going to remove, not going to remove that fleet.
Do you know who's really rubbing their hands together in glee with all of this chaos in the West with that Austrian fleet in England and Germany stabbing each other? That'd be Patrick.
Patrick Jacobs. Although he is still facing the very common French convoy from Apulia to Albania defensive move. That's very common, and he's facing that.
He is, yeah. And Russia is in ball, presumably to blow the fleet up. Not immediately clear that there's actually units free to do that blowing up.
That's true.
That's risky, actually, because Ionian tapping Aegean could really ruin that blow up. But yeah, that's what's happening for now.
French and Munich.
French in Munich, Germany in Bergen, England in Belgium. Yeah, I think we can say that this Western Triple is no more, and it's turned into complete chaos.
Did England Channel support that convoy to Belgium? That's awesome.
No. English Channel did the convoy. North Sea was the support.
Is awesome.
I love this game.
There is a lot of fun going on in this game.
So England, having failed to stab Germany, is actually going back to stab France, having gone to North Atlantic and Belgium, which is a French dot. Okay, cool.
Does go to London, though.
I think that makes sense. You want to bring the two fleets down so that you can force channel.
Well, Austria might have tried to snag it, too. You never know.
Yeah. It's win-win. Like, either you bounce a snag or you get your fleets in better position and can actually disengage from Germany. So a year late, but EG have got the picture together. Germany gets back into Munich without having to leave Burgundy, which is not insignificant. France gets into Venice, but Italy's in Piedmont, which, if they don't pull, is a problem. Turkey does make sure that they get that blow up, so they use both units to support, so they're not worried about France tapping.
Everybody loves Army Trieste.
Yeah. Austria doesn't love Army Trieste, David.
No. Do you want to leave the fleet? Do you want to kill the fleet or have fun? The answer is to have fun.
Sure. Well, this is now turning into a pretty solid looking juggernaut. But the big thing actually we buried there was Italy did not pull Piedmont, which meant that this was on. So
Indeed.
France's long stretched out position has sort of come home to a collapse now. England is into Picardy, Germany's into Gascony and Burgundy, Italy's into Marseille, England into mid-Atlantic with the English support. England has lost St. Petersburg, but will almost certainly get it straight back. So Russia has not gained any advantage from that. France is into Rome, so quite chaotic, but the chaos is just helping Turkey, really. Walks to Venice, takes Trieste.
That is one of those big arrows from Albania to Trieste. Lots of support to get into Trieste against no opposition. Get into the Ionian. Yeah, this is a lot of mop up. That's what's going on here.
France takes Naples because they're trying to scramble to not have to pull too many units. They've lost Paris because England supported Germany into it. England does get St. Petersburg back. So this is sort of a E versus T race with Germany and Russia as smaller partners in that who might be able to make something happen, but it's harder for Jake and for Ryan here.
Yeah.
All right, winner of 1907. We've got Turkey in the lead, with 8 centers. Germany with 7, followed by a 3-way tie at 6 between France, Russia, and England. probably have about 3 years left, I would guess, or probably 2 years left, depending on how quickly they're going. I think, David, you were saying your pick would be Turkey in this situation. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just really think they've got the best shot. I mean, in a game like this, with this kind of all these mixed up units, it's also possible for there to be a little bit of throwing. Give me a center, I'll get ahead of them. You're my ally, kind of thing. So it's not entirely predictable, but I do like Turkey. I mean, it's hard to pick Turkey. It's building so far away from where they need to go and where they're going to get centers. But I still think my guess is that Ryan's going to stick with him, and maybe might even give him a center.
If Turkey stabs Russia, they're not building far away, right? So that's always on the cards. I think once again it comes down to the disbands. This French disband actually is huge, because if it is one of the units in the boot, brilliant for Turkey. If it's West Med, probably brilliant for Turkey. If it's Brest, brilliant for England. If it's Bohemia,
it's got to be Bohemia, though. It's got to be Bohemia.
Maybe they think they can get a deal with Russia to take Munich, though. Like Russia and Germany are at war.
McCullis, if not Turkey, who would you pick?
Probably England, but Germany isn't completely out of it. They just need to do some really good diplomatic work.
Yeah.
And Germany's growth coming against England, Russia, France?
England getting into Iberia while Germany gets Belgium by agreement, stuff like that.
Okay. All right, well, let's find out what happens as we close out our final game on League Night tonight.
Brest is pulled. That's big for England.
It really is. Because now they got the flexibility to do all this.
Yeah. Now they take everything. So they get Portugal, they get Brest, and they will get Spain. This is where Germany has to demand Belgium, but England might not agree. So Germany's game will live or die by whether they get Belgium this turn, pretty much. If they don't get Belgium this turn, I think we can say it's pretty much over for Germany's chances. And then it is just England versus Turkey in a race. Turkey gets the convoy to Apulia. Seen that a lot tonight. Nice. France loses Tunis as Italy is trying to survive, try and build. Yeah. Turkey's growth in Italy is not easy if France is against them. If France becomes an English janissary, Turkey's left with a stab on Russia as their only real growth path.
Yeah, that's kind of what's happening, right? The French are just trying to defend in in the Italian boot, taking Marseille. Yep. Germany does get Belgium, that was a good call.
But nicely negotiated by England to have them walk it from Burgundy and have Paris walk the other way, right?
Absolutely. Maybe David can pull this out.
You should also give credit to Jake there for remembering to open himself up for a build, which isn't the easiest thing to do when there are potentially hostile units in Silesia, Bohemia, Tyrolia. But Jake, realizing that if he's going to top, he has to get the unit down from the build, took the risk and it paid off. So good job.
All right. France is alive, but there we go. Wow. 3-way tie.
Well, I mean, look, any of those three, and arguably maybe Russia in a off chance, but any of those three probably could have topped. But there's also risk for all of them. I guess I can see the argument, but I feel like I probably would have not voted for that if I were Turkey.
I can understand taking this draw if it's a two-way top, where the risk is you lose the top and you lose a fair chunk of points. But with this scoring system, a three-way top is so little as to be essentially not a top. So I just don't see the risk as being there. It's just reward.
I think if I'm England, I don't necessarily take this. I mean, they're going to take Marseille.
Yeah, Marseille's guaranteed. I definitely don't take it as England. I don't think I take it as Turkey. probably I do as Germany. I think Germany's likely to get better than this from here.
Germany, yes, but England, I think you can go take some things from Germany, Paris, go to the North Sea, get some good guesses. It's only 1909. You got 1 or 2 game years to go.
Well, regardless, we end up with a 3-way tie, split between Patrick in Turkey. We've got Jake Mannix in Germany, and we've got David Samore in England, who, for me, coming back, like I was very impressed with the play that we saw from David in this game. I don't think we called that out, or I didn't call that out enough. So well done to all of them.
And way to go, Violet, for figuring out a way to live here.
Yeah.
David's saying in the chat it's their second ever game, in which case, massive kudos. This was a really well played game for a second ever game. That's really impressive. Good job. Yeah. And I'll give a lot of credit to Jake as well. Like threading the needle to get a board top from a really tough position as Germany. Nicely done. Yeah. All three of them played well, and good play from Russia too. There was a lot of good play in this game.
There was. I was impressed with Violet too. Like, I mean, lost it at the end. I think that was somewhat diplomatic, but the play overall up until that point was very solid. Oh. All right, well, folks, we did it. That is another league night done, and I'm going to try to remember this time to show those standings. So let me do that now before I forget. Let me make sure that all of these are marked as over. Ooh. And here we see our standings. So Jason Gray still on top with a score of 311. Patrick Jacobson, number 2, overtaking Jamal Blakarli. Darcy Morris 4. Jaden moving into 5th. Justin Lohr 6th. Ben Kelman 7. Ian Rudnick 8. Robert Hillier 9. And David Samore. Second game, 10th place. Not a bad way to start the season. Congratulations to our top 10.
5 out of this 10 from Australia.
Yeah, a lot of Aussies playing early in the season. And also, Jason Gray, like 311 is not a score that will get you into the top 7 at the end of the season, but Jason just needs one good score between here and the end of the season, and he will be in. So that Jason has all year to just try and get that one other big score, and that will almost certainly take him high enough as long as he's he doesn't end up with a horrendous average pulling his other results down. Jason is in a really good position already to go for that top board.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching tonight. Really, really enjoyed this. Thank you, first of all, to all of our players for allowing us to cover their games. Thanks for those of you joining us in Dip Chat. Always fun time. McCallus, David, thank you both for covering tonight. And thank you to our league organizers for the Virtual Diplomacy League and 7 Years War Leagues. League diplomacy is my favorite way to play diplomacy. That's why we have this show. I love being able to highlight league play from around the globe, and boy, did that happen tonight. So with that, we're going to say goodnight. David, would you sign us off?
Thanks, guys, for being on the show with me. I enjoyed it as always. And everyone out there in diplomacy land, stay safe and stab well.
Good night, everybody.